Please forgive me. I am still editing this title. I don't know if it's going to do anything, but hold on for a second. Let me also fix one thing. The TradCons and pros. Here we go. And pros. Woo. See how that looks. Oh, man. Should I start off with the article? Supreme Court of the State of New York County, New York. The people of the state of New York against Orange Man. Defendant. Proof of falsifying business records to cover up paying for a 304. Now, I don't want to completely get into that yet, but I will keep that up there. I don't know who to blame for this mishap. I don't know who to blame for this mishap. Hold on for a second, man. I don't know who I should blame for this mishap, I should say. Because this is dangerous territory now where you can get somebody in trouble, where basically you can't pay off 304s anymore, where you're literally paying off a paid 304, which is her profession. It's literally her profession, and you can still get in trouble for it. This is dangerous. And it's something that I feared with the Deshaun Watson case. That's it. So my worst nightmare has come true. So if you're a man and you prefer the pay for play route because you think it's safer for you in your business or whatever, you might have to think of a different strategy, because that strategy is not working no more. Not in America, but they let women do OnlyFans and doing all this stuff, but you can't pay a 304 off. You can't pay because you're not paying for, you're not really paying for her services. You're literally paying her to leave and leave you alone afterwards. But now that's not even a guarantee. So this is going to be a terrible domino effect. This is going to be a terrible, terrible, terrible domino effect. Also hit 1 in the chat if I'm coming through if the sound's all right. Hit 1 in the chat if the sound's all right. Okay, let's check out, because I got one of those sound bites. I got the swallow. This one.
Up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where I would have been swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming and I would have been
oh, it's Luke.
Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming and you?
I don't know. Maybe in the middle of the stream, I'll bring up that full video. That TD Chicks. Oh, shout out to you, August. Man, here's the thing. I do know the people that come in regularly, and I really should be putting people as moderators, but I don't know if I should do that. I don't know if I should do that, because I know there's certain comments that do need to be blocked in general. Like say if this channel gets a little bit bigger, right? With the numbers, say if more people start tuning into the live stream, I know who to put as the moderators, right? Obviously, August, you would be one, but the problem is I don't know if I should do that yet. I don't know because I do want to see every comment. Like I don't want to, you know, the only time I feel like I would need a moderator is say if it's like one of those adult websites start spamming your chat, which I see sometimes, and then obviously I would need that. But trust me, I will remember the people that like really because I remember August, you one of the first people outside of like Lorette, Pyro, that would be on my live streams and stuff like that. So I do remember shit like that. Oh, I curse. I do remember stuff like that. But I do not know if I should do the moderator thing yet. Because like or because maybe because I because it's Corey Holcomb's like my idol, even though men shouldn't really be having idols like that. But Corey Holcomb, we used to say I don't know because he would put some people as moderators, and then it wouldn't like certain comments would get deleted, and even if it's the comment is just like the complete opposite of my channel, I don't want to dismiss. And I don't, and a lot of times you'll have the moderators and they think they're doing their job, but that's the miscommunication sometimes. That's the miscommunication, you know? So I don't know. But like if I do start having moderators, I would literally say this. My rules would be, look, the only person that you're blocking is if you see those OnlyFans bots putting their links in there. That's when you block it. If it's just a comment that out of left field, I'd be like, all right. Be like, I saw you in this. I saw you pay off a 304. Hey, let them have that comment. Let them have it. What's up, Angel? So, Angel says, "Up, Chris. I see you got one of my rivals." Oh, by the way, let me open up the line. Let me put the StreamYard link up. Let me put the StreamYard link up real quick. Let me hit invite, copy. Okay, it's copied. I will be accepting people in the beginning because since this is going to be a little bit political, this show will be a little bit political. I'm not well versed in politics, so I will need help. I will need help because I don't like to keep it a buck with you. I don't even be voting. I don't even be like I know, like I'll know the candidates and their policies or whatever. The reason why I don't vote is just I don't have any stakes. I don't really have any ownerships, any investments. Really, I don't really have a. I don't really have a. I don't really have a. Uh, how do I say it? I don't really have a dog in the fight. You know. So I remember telling somebody like, okay, if I were to start getting involved with politics, I would get with a group of men and I will find somebody that we could use and we will finance his or hers campaign and put them in a position in a local I'm talking about in the local politics realm and put them in a position where they can do my or our bidding. That's how politics work. That's why I don't vote. Cuz I know what it is. If you don't really have a stake in it, but particularly when you're talking about national elections, when you're talking about like national elections, it's literally you're people need to be worrying about what they have locally, really, and whatever happens from there happens from there. But like if I were to get involved in politics, I would make sure my money was right. I would make sure I have certain investments and make sure we get a group together of young rich men or older men, right? And be like, okay, we're going to look for somebody that is young and have him under our wing and basically almost I don't in a weird way, I don't know what was the we will mentor him to become our puppet and he will do our bidding. And of course, we're gonna make sure he's a decent person. We'll make sure he's decent. We'll make sure he's not doing any fluffy stuff, uh JE stuff, right? But he will be doing our bidding. He will be doing our bidding. That's how politics work, man. That's how it really works. So you're not gonna be seeing me endorsing certain people. But I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this, man. That whole Sleepy Joe stuff, I knew that ish wasn't gonna work. Like I knew that wasn't gonna work. Well, and the thing with the Sleepy Joe stuff is he told people like people don't understand during 2020 the quote unquote immigration problems that we have now, right? Let me exit out of this ad. I'm snitching on myself. But the quote unquote immigration problems that we have now, people don't understand. In 2020, these same cities that were like doing extracurricular activities by like quote unquote we were talking about George Floyd or whatever was happening, the riots and the parades and the Black Lesbians Matter movement. During that time, there were certain cities that they were saying, "Yo, this is going to be a was it a sanctuary haven city? I don't know what they said something like that. It was like this is going to be a sanctuary uh city for illegals." They were saying this, and I was like, "Oh, guys, remember before you vote, just remember they said like this is what we're gonna do once we go in. This is gonna be a safe haven for illegals." They were saying this then. So when I see particularly when I see ninjas, right? I gotta call out my people here, right? Particularly when I see ninjas complaining about immigration today, I will. The first thing I said, okay, who did you vote for? Who did you vote for locally? Who did you vote for in executively? Who did you vote for? What side of the aisle did you vote for? Because the left, mainly the left, people that are running on the left side of the aisle, they were saying, okay, we're gonna make this a sanctuary city for illegals. They said this. They didn't hide what they were doing, and I'm like, at the time, I was like, I was like, did you guys catch that? Okay, you know what I mean? And I remember Chicago. Yeah, I remember Chicago being one of the main ones that was saying that. So like I said, they don't a lot of the stuff that people complain about, they don't hide it. They really don't. They really don't hide it. Oh shoot, Angel's been waiting. What's up, Angel?
Hey Chris, what's up, buddy? What's going on, man?
Ah man, nothing much, man. Back on you already know I'm back from tour. I can finally handle a few things. You know what I mean? I think I realized low key I can do monk mode, but it only works is if I'm on tour. It seems like
Oh,
as soon as I came back home, I fucked up and made that phone call. I was just like, oh yeah, I was literally like, oh yeah, yo, let's just hang real quick.
okay. So how
So
how the tour going?
it was interesting. It was a bit interesting in terms of the first two. After the second show, I thought I was gonna be sent back because I fucked up on that second show. Like,
Oh,
but the first two shows, they were basically warm-up shows. We didn't get paid for it. So those were basically like the two promo shows. Even
oh,
though we made a lot in tips with the first show, the second show was basically a show for the community in North Carolina. I don't remember where in North Carolina,
no.
but the second show I was like, man, this shit is not working, right? But by the third show, I was straight. I was good from there. Then I was good. I was good on for the rest of the show. But that second show, I thought I was gonna be sent back. I'm not even capping when I say that. I thought I was gonna be sent back. But I got it together the third show because I was is sheet music with a lot of the jazz stuff. And I'm not a jazz keyboardist and I can't read. So it's like, oh, you know.
Oh,
But yeah, it was a good experience because I realized that when you're around other musicians and what's when you're around other musicians and they're doing something, they're like chasing a goal. Women didn't even really come up when we were talking, bro. Like when we were in the RV together, like women rarely came up. So it
mm,
really put a different lens on because I was even thinking about when I was thinking about fuck, I gotta get better. I'm
right,
behind,
right,
right?
right.
So it was an interesting realization. That's why you were there when I made the live for Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
was
So
there. Yeah.
I was like, man, I came to this realization. I'm like, this like I might like I was like, yo, you know what? I might have to in terms of even just my messaging, I'm really gonna have to really push MGTOW just in general. Only because I think I realize every man must have at least a period of time where it's like 3 or 4 months, no contact, no chasing women for at least 3 or 4, 5, 6 months of just focusing on what you need to do. Every man has to go
Exactly.
through that. So
Yeah.
yeah, that was basically the main um, conclusion I came to while I was on tour.
Well, that's good then. That's good. Doing it that way, it's good though. That way you can focus on what you need to do. You know, you do focus on yourself, and you need to, think about, okay, what else can I do to improve my life and that kind of thing, though. So that's good. Like, yeah, I would say about 3, 4 months though. It worked for me, so I don't mind that. I'm good. So it works though. It's good. I'm sure every guy in their life should do that, and then they'll see a whole different outlook in life. They see a different, they see something about themselves that they never saw before, and it's good. I think it's best that way, though. You should try that. Every man should try that, definitely, for sure.
But I think it only works with me is if I'm like I got to be traveling in terms of just in general. I got to be because I think just being where I'm from, I think just the convenience of knowing certain people that could help me out. I think it's a distraction. So
Yeah,
I've been in denial too long about oh, being in Connecticut's one of the obviously one of the safer areas, one of the more expensive areas, but there's too much convenience in terms of I know I can go to this city, I can go to that city. I know a girl in this city, I know a girl in that city that could that I'll hang with and I'll be oh nothing's gonna happen and then I fuck up.
yeah.
And it's like women that I don't need to be around. I have like no business being around. But so I think I have to distract myself a little bit more. I can't be in denial and just acting like, oh, they're just one offs, or you know, we're just f buddies. There's nothing to it, but it's still blocking my progress. So I'm so that's one of those realizations I had to I had to come to.
Well,
My
that's good. You
focus,
see, and that's part of it though, because now you realize about, okay, this is what's distracting me, this is what's slowing me down, this is what's making me better, and that's part of it though. And now you realize about that, so you figure, you know what? I'll work on this. I'll work on the other one later, and it works out though, and that's good.
yeah.
That's good. You realize that though. Men are different though. How they do things is different, as long as it's done. That's the main thing, though. However your method is.
So, but did you see? Because, so I wake up today and then I see this headline. Now, I don't understand this case because I wasn't paying attention to it. I knew Orange Man was going to be found guilty because it seemed like a setup case. So from what I've done from a quick little research real quick is he was on trial for paying off a 304, and it's the
Right.
same 304 that we've been hearing about. I don't know if I say her name because she's a X star, right? She's an adult star.
Right.
I don't know if it's
Right.
gonna mess up my algorithm. So they're saying that it was wrong for him to pay it off. So they call it the hush money trial. So
Right.
they found him guilty for paying a basically for falsifying business records to cover up paying off a 304.
Right. Right.
That's what they found him guilty for. Now, the problem I have with this is I don't know if you've seen one of my older live streams where I was talking about how Instagram models, they hide the tricks giving them money through their little candle businesses that they'll have in their links. You know what I mean? Like they'll be selling like some sports bras or some slim fat tea in their bio. What
Right.
happens is the sugar daddy that they're messing with or whoever's paying them for their services, they pay them through that paywall, through their candle business or whatever they're selling.
Oh,
So they'll
okay.
put the money, they put the money through that, and that's how they do the services. So for
Mhm.
Orange Man to get in trouble for that, I'm wondering in the future, how's that gonna affect business if you fly a girl out? If you just order a Uber for a girl after you're done with her, will that be considered or if you use that the money that you use to pay the 304 off, you wrote it off as as a tax write-off. How many men of power of status will get in trouble with the average 304? Because if you're doing the pay for play route used to be one of the safer alternatives for men with money. Now that's off the table if this sticks, whatever this guilty verdict for Orange Man sticks. So that's the conclusion I came up to come up with it. If you have any more details on Orange Man, Stormy Daniels, and whoever else is involved, do you have any thoughts on this case at all? Whatever's going on with
Well,
Orange Man.
with Orange, well, number one, he's my presidential rival, though, so I may be biased. You know what I have to say? No, 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 but no, but seriously, well, what I mean, listen, things like this. I mean, it shouldn't have to be shocking because when you have like men of power in which they do certain things that are clandestine and like this, and they what they want to try to do is not to let it reflect on them, not to let anything like pop back on them like what's going on right now. And I'm sure he's not the only one. I'm sure there have been others, probably 20, 30, 40 years ago, maybe going back to the Kennedys when Kennedy was supposedly was messing around with Marilyn Monroe back then and that kind of thing, though. So, that's what it is. Women are attracted to men with power. They're like that. And men, they're on top, like Bill Clinton and all that, back then. They're on top and they have all these women, quote unquote, throw their panties at them, and then, or like any celebrity, or like any sports players, though, that's what it is. And what it is that, us men, we see this and it's like, hey, I mean, she's nice, man. She's wow, man. You're gonna come across those. You're gonna come across that are desperate and and fugly and all that. But you figure out. Well, I don't know, but that's what it is. This has been going on for like probably even hundreds of years ago. When with kings and dukes and all that and all this other stuff. Though, so this is just one of many, especially with the Orange Man. This is just one of many that stuff like this has been going on. You understand? Now,
Yeah.
when it comes to in this situation with Orange Man, there's a lot of people that don't like him. And when a lot of people don't like you, they're gonna find something that'll make it stick it to you. You understand?
Yeah.
And this could be the case. Now, I'm not making any excuses for him, but I'm just saying that that's what it is. And again, he's probably careless as it is himself anyway. But then again, I mean, he's a man, so like every other man. What are you gonna do? But that's what I think. I think that's what it is. I think with some people, this goes on, but with some people, they just make sure that it sticks with them, no matter what, for whatever reason, politically or personally or whatever. Though, I mean, that's the way I look at it.
Man, I try to tell people about because it's really hard for people to be objective when it comes to people that they don't like. Um, so they'll see a orange man, right? And they'll see him going through what he's going through, but they don't realize the term of precedent when a precedent is being set, right? I always mention this. I know I'm beating a dead horse with this. When I mention Bill Cosby, when I mention R. Kelly, these guys, Bill Cosby was Project Zero. What do you call it? Project Zero, right? Or I don't know. He was the beta test subject where you can bring up an allegation from umpteenth years ago, past the statutes of limitations and all this nonsense. It just gets throws out you get it thrown out the window just to get a conviction. And what they showed you is you can get a conviction. Not necessarily, it's not even a matter of what you were convicted for. If you can get the same, the same kind of allegation one time, two times, three times, four times, 20 times. Now the allegation goes to 30. It doesn't matter if 28 of them were bogus. Nobody's going to go through all 28 allegations and thoroughly look at it and be like, okay, he's being used here. They're just going to look at it. Wow, you got 30 allegations against you. And they all could be bogus. All of it. So the loophole was set. Sorry, whatever. The president was being set where basically you can get somebody in trouble, not necessarily about the content of the allegation, but if you can get the same kind of allegation, and if it's like 5, 7, 8, 10 people coming out against you with the same allegation, most normies are going to be like, okay, there's something to it. Instead of actually looking through and being like, okay, 5 of the 10 allegations are bogus. 3, I don't even know where these 304s came from. Most people are not going to look at it objectively like that, especially if they don't like you. So with the Bill Cosby case, if you notice, Bill Cosby had like zero support coming from the comedy community, because Bill Cosby had said, some things that black comedians they took offense to.
Yeah.
Because he was saying black comedians can't be cursing, and he was being judgmental, which I don't know why the black comedians were so offended, or they took it so seriously what he's like, because I have a judgmental grandpa, so we know he's doing it out of love. He's not an abusive person. He don't touch kids or anything. This is just his point of view, and whether you just agree with it or you disagree or you just move on with your life, but Bill Cosby had some things to say about black comedians cursing and doing certain things. They took it to heart. You know what I mean? And so when Bill Cosby Once the allegations started coming through, most of the male black comedians at the time were like, that serves you right. But they didn't realize the precedent that was being set. They just wanted to be like, well, that they were basically like, well, that's you had it coming because your shit isn't clean. And that's true, but you got to understand precedent being set. And a lot of people didn't realize it until I think people didn't realize the damage of the Bill Cosby debacle until Brett Kavanaugh got in trouble, which where you literally have an old 304 from I don't even know when the date happened when she said something happened to her. But when
Brett,
Brett Kavanaugh was going through the thing, I looked at the details and I was like, this is a waste of time. you just you're just like,
Brett
oh my
Kavanaugh,
god.
he was the Supreme Court judge, right?
Exactly.
That's the one. Oh, okay, okay. I think I know what you're talking
Yeah.
about. Okay.
So that was a waste of time. I couldn't believe it during that time, but people dropped the ball on that one, and then you'll have like particularly black male athletes. They get in trouble a lot of times with these 304s because they don't like paying them. That's
Mm,
that's a whole nother issue because
yeah.
black men for some reason they don't like paying. They don't like being labeled as a trick, so they'll find certain ways to not pay 304s when they're done with them, and then that's why they end up getting in trouble. So once when a guy like Deshaun Watson gets in trouble with all those allegations against him, and who else? A lot of these guys, but you know, you have. I believe as a man, you got to look at these cases and you just got to be like, okay, what's happening? Who are the 304s? What are they saying? Is she lying? Blah, 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 blah. So what happens is usually what 304s do is they capitalize off the public's hate
Okay.
for
Yeah.
a certain persona. This happened to Antonio Brown. Nobody really likes Antonio Brown. I don't like Antonio Brown. But
No. Mm.
when Brittany Taylor, whatever the yoga, sorry, the gym, the she was a gymnast, a former gymnast. When she came out with the allegation against Antonio Brown, I was like, what? Then I looked at the details and I was like, okay, so you said he nutted on your back and he laughed and you didn't say anything, but you were in his house. It sounds like you guys were together. I don't see what are we talking about? And then you look at the details. She ended up getting married to another guy literally at the same day that she made the allegation. And you're just like, okay, this is weird. This whole thing is weird. I don't think Antonio Brown did anything. And as soon as the people in charge of the case were like, okay, let's bring this to a federal court, she dropped the case. And I was like, oh, come
Um,
on. So you do this right after the Patriots finally release him. Patriots finally released Antonio Brown because Bill Belichick wasn't trying to hear that ish from the reporters because he was going to get tight
right.
about it. So he
Right.
released him. So after he gets released, after he lost a lot of money, a lot of lost his endorsements, then they say, okay, we're going to bring this case to a federal. We're going to bring this to federal. Then they're like, and then she's like, okay, I dropped the case. I'm like, what? So this is
Mm.
where,
I mean,
you
it
know,
could be like, it could be a number of reasons. It could be she was looking for a quick payday, thinking that, but some people do that.
yeah.
Just, like in this case, get a little bit of hush money and all that. I won't say anything in that. Or if not, hey, take it to court. It could be that happens. It's for a number of reasons why people do things like that, for whatever reason, for being vindictive, being, get a payday, getting whatever, though. That's why when the higher you go, the more you got to be careful. And I'm not saying that you got to be, paranoid or, anything like that. But then, you just got to be careful about, who you're dealing with and what you're doing. I mean, Bill Cosby, he had the Cosby Show, and the family and everything like that. Wonderful wife, kids, everything like that, though. And then he did comedy without even saying bad languages, but that's true. But that's what happens though. When the higher you go, you got to be careful about who you're dealing with. You know, like I said, I'm not saying you got to be paranoid or you got to be by yourself or you got to be a hermit, but that's just the way it is, though. And then it could be those that looking for a payday, those that are trying to knock you down, try to whatever the reason may be. You just gotta be more careful, though, and that's with anybody with needs like that.
Yeah, shout out to Carlos X. He said, "What's up, fellas?" Carlos X also said it's good to examine and re-examine things we've been lied to left and right for decades now by
Yep.
mainstream media and the government, including about the Prez getting murked in broad daylight 60 years ago. Oh yeah, and by the way, that's where the term conspiracy theory came from. Is it was a term came up by people just having questions about, okay, how in the hell does a freaking president get murdered in broad daylight, and they just have like a simple explanation to give to the public, and it's clearly not a simple explanation. Clearly this was
No.
a hired hit because he was about to do something. Now, obviously, if you do the research, it had something to do with him wanting to end the Fed, what's it, the central banking system, the Fed. He kind of wanted to shut that off. So, actually, let me not go into that.
That's what it was.
Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
he
If you
wanted to
do,
pull out of Vietnam. I thought that's what it was doing.
that
I
was
had.
also, I'm pretty sure that was also part of it, but mainly it was him trying to cut off that central banking system that kind of rules over us today. But I don't want to get into
Mm,
that because that's gonna mess
right,
up that's gonna mess up my algorithm. So, but yeah,
right,
obviously the Vietnam, that I'm pretty sure that had something to do with that. Also, if you look at the War of Vietnam, that was a war of trying to gather resources. If I'm not mistaken, Vietnam had like a certain resource that America wanted to get their hands on. Don't remember off the top of my head. I used to
could
know
be,
this stuff when I was in college, but I'm blanking on this stuff right now on the
but
spot.
it could. No,
So
it probably could be oil or rubber because I know rubber it kind of runs. I'm not saying runs rampant, but they have like a lot of rubber that they could get from there from these tree saps in around the Southeast Asia Asian area though. I know when the
yeah,
Japanese try to do that though, they try to get it from that during World War II. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case because the war was like a defensive war. It wasn't even like an attacking war. It was more like make sure that this country doesn't fall, and that's it.
hmm.
That's all it was. So I mean, in that case though, but you
Let
know,
me see. Carlos
it could
X
be it could be
says
a couple of reasons.
he said what the he said, see this documentary F for Fake by Orson Welles. Oh yeah. So by the way, there's also another thing. I don't know, Angel, if you were on one of my streams, somebody had recommended something to me where, because I saw something on Instagram where they showed in Germany before Hister and his people took over, there was a thing that was happening where you had men dressing up as women. Like it was literally 2024, but in 1930s. It was crazy. Like they showed like the boom in that alternative alphabet lifestyle where men were just being open transformers, men were being putting on wigs and doing all this and that nonsense. And
Well,
it's
all that's
something that's it was hidden though, and Hister was actually responsible for making sure that was taken out, but they kind of leave that part out. Somebody had show there was a there was a book on it. There was a book that somebody had recommended to me, but I never followed through. But somebody put it in the chat because we ended up just talking about it in our stream. It's interesting. It got left out. Let me look up this. He said
yeah. I
F
think I
is
know you're
for
talking about though. Yeah, I think I. But what was his name? The Austrian painter
yeah.
was he was doing a lot of changes though. In back back then, and that was probably one of them. And Also, another number of other things though. So
Yeah.
that wouldn't be that shouldn't have to be surprising anyway. So
But it's interesting that they left that out. I'm a firm believer you can't be leaving ish out. But like I said, when whoever wins the war, they're going to paint the narrative. So
exactly, that's how it. That's how it
that's
usually is. Yep, that's facts.
yeah. So
Yep.
I don't like it when people leave stuff out. Even like it's almost like when have you ever seen like a troublemaker at school, right? And then you'll be like, okay, why did you go to the principal's office? And they'll be like, I was reading a book. I'm like, bro, you didn't go to the principal's office for reading a book. What did you do? Like,
Exactly.
what was
Exactly.
part of the things? And then you find out it wasn't just he or she read the book. He or she said something else, triggered the the teacher, and then you brought a book out and to act like you were doing something productive, but you weren't. And then you just only saying this one part. Oh, I was reading a book. No, you were doing something else. And I'm speaking from experience because I knew a girl that would do stuff like that. She would be like, "Oh, I was just sitting down," and then you find out this this you'll find out the story, and then you
Mm.
find out it was like way more than that. So now, if you can see that from the troublemaker's point of view, who be losing, right? He or she lost. Now imagine you win. You're the winner. You're the person that's dominating. You get to rewrite the narrative. Let's give it a sports example, right?
Mm.
So you remember when Michael Jordan was running shit, right? When he
Hmm.
was when he was the guy. So because Michael Jordan was the superhero at the time,
Right.
everybody hated the Detroit Pistons, right? The bad boy Pistons.
Oh yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
the average sports fan is going to look at Detroit Pistons as the villains. But when you actually do the research behind the Pistons, there was really no difference in the attitudes of Isaiah Thomas and Michael Jordan. They both had the same attitudes. They both were, assassins. I guess they both had that assassin mentality. Now, the narrative that was pushed was that, the Pistons were so rough and tumble and blah blah blah. But
And cheap shots
what was
too.
and cheap shots, but what I was told was that they in 90s were the toughest era in basketball. And I remember
Mm.
seeing Celtics and Lakers highlights of I remember literally seeing shoot, why am I blanking on his name? Kevin McHale. He literally
Oh.
snatched one of the Lakers players from the sky when he was jumping, threw him down on the floor. And this was like a regular occurrence, right?
Uh-oh.
So that was 80s basketball.
Yeah.
But the Pistons got the brunt of it. And if the Pistons were so bad of people, why were people continuing to recruit players from that team? John Sally, Dennis Rodman, all these people, they kept getting recruited from team to team. If the Pistons were so bad, why did they why were they going after Dennis Rodman when he was available? I
Oh
think
yeah.
they got him from the Spurs during that time, if I'm not mistaken. So,
That
if
was when
you
he
if
looked normal.
exactly, he was at his most normal when he was with the Pistons, but he literally lost. He lost his mind when he was on Chicago, but people just forget about it because he helped Michael Jordan win because he was the
Yeah.
superhero at the time.
Yeah.
So when whoever,
Chris, I
yeah,
just want to say this quickly though. Whenever we used to watch like the Michael Jordan play, I never called them the Chicago Bulls. I always called them the Chicago Jordans because Michael Jordan be having like 50, 55 points a game, and I say instead of calling them the Bulls, why don't you call them the Jordans? Because he's the one that's scoring a lot.
he carried that whole he was carrying the NBA at the time.
Yeah,
He
literally.
was
I think
he
literally
was
he was, man.
the NBA really they owe Michael like technically Michael Jordan was underpaid if you really look at his career and what the heights that he brought the NBA to.
Hmm.
It was basically unprecedented. But at the same time, don't this is where people lose me a lot. Do not leave shit out. Don't paint somebody as this bad person, because then I used to think, because I didn't know basketball, I used to think like the Pistons were like some bad people, and they were, but they were just really strong adversaries of Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls during that time. And then even during that time, didn't Pat Riley? I don't know if this is right, but whoever was the manager for the Knicks during that time, didn't they basically take that style and incorporate it to the Knicks when they started recruiting guys? Shoot, I'm blanking on these guys' names, but they basically recruited. They
Oh,
ended up adopting that same style from the Pistons to kind of harden the Knicks so they could compete against the rest of the East. So, I mean,
probably. I wouldn't be
so
surprised though. Yeah, probably did. I
what
don't
was this?
remember them.
There was a guy on the Knicks that perfectly encapsulates what I'm trying to say. His name, his I think his nickname. He died recently, like 5 or 6 years ago. He was like a really tough player. I'm blanking on his name. Like really tough.
What
Power.
was it? Last name is Cartwright.
He played like the forward position. He played the forward position.
Forward position.
He played the
Okay.
four. He played the four, but he was like really tough. Like, because you
He used to be
had
with the Bulls also, right?
nah.
He never was with the Bulls. No.
I think his nickname. This was in the '90s, but his nickname was like chocolate something. I don't know, but
Chocolate Thunder.
he
Yeah.
I think it was that, but he was like, he wasn't a shooter or anything. He wasn't even he was just there to just like to kind of beat up people up, kind of almost like how Bill Lambier was for the
Oh,
pit
like an
the
enforcer. Yeah, I know.
he was
Yeah.
an enforcer type. But the way that the Chicago Bulls or Michael Jordan fans, particularly, I wouldn't say Chicago Bull fan. I would be like, it's basically like you said, like Michael Jordan fans. The way they kind of paint it, it's almost like the Pistons were the worst, like the worst thing that ever happened. And Isaiah Thomas is this douchebag. But then when I did my own research, Daryl Dawkins, that was his name. Thank you, Carlos.
Oh, Daryl Dawkins. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that was a long time
That's
ago. Yeah, I remember that.
yeah,
Yeah.
that was his name. They had players like that. Like they basically copied the Pistons style and basically incorporated to their team. But anyway, thank you, Carlos X. But the way they would have it, you would think that Isaiah Thomas was like this evil villain, but this guy was barely 6 feet tall, which is small for NBA standards. He was I don't
Yeah.
even think he was 6 feet, but he got all these people pissed. But really, the only reason why Isaiah Thomas had the average NBA superstar pissed is because he was a little gnat, right? He was a mosquito, but he never gave up. He was very relentless, and he didn't want to bow down to the greats. That's really what it was. Which there's nothing wrong with that, but that's really what it was.
No,
So
but that's nothing wrong with that though. But he should be that way though, because you're going against guys that are 6'7", 6'9", 7 feet, and when you're shorter, you have to really like prove yourself though,
you
and
gotta
and
be
that's what he did.
you
Although
got
he smiled a lot, but he had to prove himself though. That's what you got to do. That's the way it is in life. That's the
yeah
way it is in life though. I mean, you gotta do that.
yeah.
Otherwise, forget it, man. They're gonna roll all over you.
It's the same way I always say, and people might disagree with me when I say this, because it's almost like how people try to discount Kevin Durant just because he decided to join the Warriors. Now, I know the Warriors were stacked already, and Kevin Durant did it, but the LeBron James stands, they showed their hand because when Kevin Durant was available in free agency after he was about to leave the Warriors, you had all the LeBron James stands will say, "Why doesn't Kevin Durant? Why don't you join the Lakers?" I was like, "What? I thought you was just dissing him for 10 years, sorry, for 5 years for joining the Warriors. Now you want Kevin Durant to be on LeBron's team to stack the
Hmm.
deck when you were complaining about it in reverse when he decided to join the Warriors." So it's the same thing. To me, it's the same thing where they try to vilify guys like Kevin Durant, Isaiah Thomas, doing doing their thing. But that's just my opinion on that. But
Yeah, but
You know,
that's how they always do that. I mean, you know this. You know this. That's the way it is in sports. You know, if you
yeah,
have a guy that you don't like, and and he's on a team, let's just say, okay, let's say I'm a Rams fan, so I like the Rams, and let's just
yeah,
say they got this guy who he's with the Cardinals, okay, Arizona Cardinals, and I hate him. I hate his guts. He sucks. Blah 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 blah. He's a free agent. All of a sudden now he's signing with the Rams. Oh my God, I love the guy. That's just the way it is. That's how
yeah,
fans are.
yeah.
When you're at the other team, forget it. You're an enemy. But when you come to our team, oh, he's beautiful, wonderful. We could use him. Welcome. That's just how it is.
I know.
That's what it is, though.
I
They do
feel
that.
you, but I still don't like that though. Because like it will like the average person will probably see like say for example a Bill Lambier, and they'll probably be like, this guy's the worst thing ever, but he was just doing his job, at,
Yeah,
at
that's
the
what it
time.
is. That's what it is. They're
So
just doing their job because they get paid for that. But I'll tell you what, though, if Bill
yeah,
Lambier was to leave the Pistons and go with the Bulls, they'll love him. I
yeah, they
guarantee
would
you,
have,
they would love him.
yeah.
They say, "All right, we got this guy. He's a white dude, but he's cool, man. He's cool. He's an enforcer. We got him." I'm telling you, that's how it is in sports, though. I know it sounds crazy, but that's how they do it, though. Believe it or not, they do that.
Yeah. But I'll say this, because I watch, mainly soccer, and it's actually very common, particularly in Italy, in Serie A, for like players to literally, they'll be on one rival team one
Hmm.
month, and then literally the next year go to the next rival. Like one of the most loved players in soccer, right? In the history of soccer, Ronaldo, the Brazilian Ronaldo. He
Hmm.
played for Real Madrid and Barcelona. These are the mind you, these are the two biggest rivals probably in sports history. He played for Inter Milan and AC Milan. Like it's so common in like soccer just to see like it'll be like a player one day in
Yep.
the literally the cross team rivals, and then the next transfer window they get bought to the, so it's so common for me, so maybe that's why I'd be like like
Yeah.
I because in Europe it's different. You literally buy players, you buy, it's no trades or in free,
What do you mean
like
buy players? What do you mean?
no, so you see how like in basketball you can only trade, or you got to wait for the guy to be in free agency.
Right. Right.
In soccer in Europe and basically around the world, you pay the club. This is not a trade of players. Is you literally pay, okay, this player is worth, say it'll be a player that's worth $30 million in the market. So you have to pay the club $30 million to negotiate wages with the player or the player's agent. That's how it works. So
So
that's
okay, well, wait. Okay, so they is that in a way like buying that contract in a way, or is
no,
that how it works? Or?
well, you basically have to pay the club first to even start negotiating salary with the player. So you got to pay, you have to pay the club to get the player
Okay,
with
so let's
actual
just
money. You
okay.
pay.
No, go ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no. I was because I'm done right on that. So what were you gonna
All
say?
right, no, because I was okay. So if that's the case, then okay. Let's just say let's just say Mike. I've decided I want to buy Ronaldo, and then I
Hmm.
have to go and pay what he's worth, and then I could go and
Yep,
talk to Ronaldo about what his contract is. Is that how
yep,
it goes?
yep.
Oh wow.
So the club has to accept the bid. Obviously, they have to accept it,
Okay.
the bid, but you have to pay the club what he's worth. That's how it works in
Wow.
Europe. You can literally pay for players outright. That's how it works. Now it'll be
Yeah.
it's very rare that you'll see somebody like a quality player on free agency. Like that's rare as hell in soccer, where like it'll be like a player that's like elite that's available in free agency. That's so rare. It's so rare. They always getting their contracts. You know the agents are always making sure that their contracts are renewed and all that stuff. And in soccer, there's no salary cap. There's no salary cap.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
So that's how it works, over there. So
Mm.
my mentality is always different compared to like compared to like the sports here. So
Yeah.
that's usually kind of the mental frame I'm coming through. But anyways, let's look at
Mm.
some videos that I got saved on my Twitter that I will do a video on later. I had it here. Where is it? Oh no, I already did that one already. But okay, this guy. So there is a guy. Um, I don't know if you know about this guy right here. Have you seen this guy? The guy will be like, "Game is game." Do you know about this
No,
guy?
no,
Nah. So
no.
okay, so we won't cover that one real quick. So let's see. Okay, right here. This is something that I will do a video on. I like covering some of the Reddit stories, but I try to make sure it's like one of the real ones because on there's a lot of Reddit stories you can tell it's fan fiction, like you can tell, but this one this is real. So right here, this guy says, "Today I gave up on sex with my wife."
Uh-oh.
So he says here, "This is my version of a story told many times before. I, 27 male, am going to stop initiating sex with my wife, who is 25 female, because she never initiates. When we do have sex, it's only because I asked, and there is nothing sexy about it. All of my sweet talk, subtle gestures, etc. get me nowhere. I absolutely understand that sex is not the be all end all. We are extremely compatible, and she is my best friend." Oh Lord, that's where he fucked up right there. So he said, "I have heard the phrase 'my partner feels more like a roommate,' and that
Uh-oh.
has helped me understand what I am feeling. She has expressed before that sex doesn't hold the same value in a relationship that I believe it does, which hurt to." So he's fucked. He's
Mm.
fucked. Which hurt to
Yep.
hear, but I have to respect her opinion. Technically, you don't, sir, but do you? But so right here, he says, "Before you comment, talk to her. I can assure you I have. We have had this discussion about every 6 months where I admit that I am sexually frustrated and want to talk about this in a completely neutral environment. Normally, the conversation leads to her crying, and I apologize. That's another manipulation tactic."
Yep.
He says, "Or she says she will be more open to initiating, which never happens. I'm ashamed to bring this to Reddit, but I need a third party opinion. I love her so much and I'm hurting." What's your thoughts on this?
Oh man. Well, okay. I don't know if he like sat down and tried to talk with her and find out what the situation is. Why is it that she feels like she doesn't want to initiate? It has to be there's an underlying reason though, and I don't know. I don't want to have like go around and speculate, but what needs to happen is that either they need to sit down and talk about this, maybe go to a therapist and find out what's going on, or if she doesn't want to do any of that, his only alternative is to find somebody else. And I'm sure I know they're not married though. Are they married? I don't know if it says that
They're,
they're married.
they're married because he said, "Today I gave up on sex with my wife."
Oh Lord, that's right. He was saying every 6 months though. Oh boy. It has. I don't know. My thing is that maybe I don't know. All right, I'll say this. Maybe she's probably tired of him. My guess. Maybe it's gotten to a point in which maybe it started out pretty good, and then maybe like as always, quote unquote, maybe she's tired. So maybe whenever something happens, she probably just lies there like a starfish, and then and that's it. You know, that's uh, that's hard though. It's really hard. But my guess is that maybe she probably is tired of him, and for whatever personal reason it is, and I don't know. If they weren't married, I would have told them go find somebody else. because if this is going to continue. I mean, now all of a sudden, now she's the one that's what you call it, initiate, and now he's not initiating. So now they're going to be like roommates, and then that's no good. Why have when you're a married couple, you don't need to be roommates. You know, your best friend or your brother or your sister could be a roommate, but not your wife. And I don't know. My guess is that maybe he's gonna have to try to think long and hard about, maybe, I don't know. I don't want to say jump out of a marriage, but if if nothing else is working, though, there's nothing you could do, man. You're gonna have to do that. I mean, that's my only thing that I could think of, though.
So right here, before I say my opinion, somebody has this tweet right here as a reply. I don't know if I can put it up. He said, "Men keeping dating and marrying women who don't like them and wonder what's wrong. Stop doing that. And for the record, no amount of self improvement like these shills in the replies are recommending will help this woman. You need a new one." And that's
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
basically my opinion. What you said at the end, you need to find a new girl.
yeah,
So you might as well start divorce proceedings. I'm gonna assume they've been married for at least 2 years because he's saying she's 25, he's 27. I'm going to assume that they started dating when she was 22 or 23 or 21, meaning she was a junior in college. That's usually when this is clearly a Caucasian couple. Just to put this out there, this is clearly a Caucasian couple. So
yeah,
she probably met in college around 21, 22, started courting her. He probably had to wait like 10 or 90. He probably had to wait a long time before he started smashing. She put a lot of rules on him. I can already
yeah. The
tell.
90-day rule.
Yeah. She got
Yeah,
married at 23, 24, right? She secured that bag. Now, I will say this, because it's the playbook it's out there. So it's that's why I'm
mhm.
saying what it is. This is the typical playbook. But I'll say this: if there are no kids involved and
And no
you didn't
property.
and no property involved, you need to divorce. He needs to divorce her.
Yeah,
I'm talking about tomorrow, like yesterday. He needs to divorce her yesterday. If there's nothing tying you down to her, particularly if you don't, even if you do have property with her, just let her have it. it'll be it'll be way better than dealing with that.
mm.
So let me address the comment on this guy here. He said men keep dating and marrying women who don't like them and wonder what's wrong. It's a tough pill for a lot of men to swallow. And I know a lot of men are not gonna agree with me now, but I've been on college campus, and I'm just letting you know right now, if you haven't met your girl in high school, and when we're talking about the first 2 years in college, I'm not talking about past sophomore year, the first 2 years in college, and then obviously there's exceptions, junior senior year. If you haven't met your girl before the age of 23, it's you're not really dealing with a woman that actually likes you. You're most likely dealing with a woman that's like, okay, I need to settle down. I can't be I can't be stranded in the streets. I need to find somebody. So a lot of men don't mind accepting that, but just understand what comes with that. Just understand what comes with that. You're not going to be women during that time. Women don't marry to have sex with their husband. Like men marry women so they can have sex with their with their wife. Women don't marry for sex. They've already had plenty of it. They've had like more than enough sex from many people. You know what I mean? And then a lot of times you're dealing with, if the husband is coming through, especially around the guys of what 20, he said he's 27, that means he probably met her around 25. His body count is probably like 4 or 5. three, four, five tops. And her body, and when you're dealing with a woman that's like, okay, now she wants to cut off the sex, and it's clearly a problem where she doesn't even want to initiate, that's you're dealing with a woman that's already been ran through in college. And the only thing that she can leverage in her marriage is sex because she has nothing else to offer. So that's a really tough pill for many men to swallow. That man, my wife does not fuck with me. She probably never did. She just saw me as a security blanket, the safe option. You know, if you ask, if anybody's brave enough, you need to ask a woman that's married, or that's currently married, or that used to be married. Ask her when her husband proposed to her. Ask her, was there another guy that she was hoping that was going to propose to her first? You're gonna be shocked that the answers that the people are gonna be like, whoa, how'd you find out? And it's very common. You'll have a woman. I don't know. Maybe should I have you Angel, you've watched X-Men, right? When the X-Men series when it was in the 90s. Have you watched that?
Not
The,
the
the,
series,
the
no.
cartoon.
The movies, yeah, but not the series.
So you know how like Jean Grey, right? The red hair girl,
Yeah,
she
I know
goes
the
in.
characters. I know the
Yeah,
characters.
so you know how basically her and Scott, they're a couple, right? They're husband and wife or
Right,
long-term
Cyclops.
boyfriend.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But really, she still she still fucks with Logan, Wolverine.
Wolverine. Right, I know.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So she's still emotionally, she still has an affair with Wolverine, and they've never made it clear if they have smashed in the past. But there are a lot of women in that situation where it's like the Boy Scout, he proposes first, and then she'll be like, then she'll go to Wolverine or Logan and be like, well, my Boy Scout uh long-term BF proposed. Do you have an answer to that? And most of the times the Logan type personality will be like, hey, it is what it is. Have fun. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
And that is a lot of cases in America, particularly well, I'm not gonna say it. I think that's a lot. I'm not gonna say that's most cases. That I will say that is about 30 to 40% of cases where a woman will
Uh,
have somebody else to the side. I will say 30%, 30 to 40%. That is a lot of cases when it comes to proposals. People put it as like, on TV and in TVs and movies where it's just the one guy proposing and the woman just accepts. Oh my god, I couldn't. But really, the actuality of the situation is the woman will have another guy that she's messing with or she's still emotionally attached to,
yeah,
that
yeah.
she's hoping he proposes. And
Right.
most of the
Yeah,
time, the person that she's emotionally attached to, or the other guy that she's messing with, is a guy that's not emotionally attached to her. So
yeah,
he's never gonna propose. So he ends up he'll find out and be like, well, that's good for you. Good luck with that. And
yeah,
that's I will I know I know it's a stretch, but I believe that is 30 to 40% of cases when it comes to proposals. So you got to understand, if you have or had a wife, you were most likely not the first option. So when people talk about, man, the sexless marriages thing, well, a lot of the times men are going into situations where you were not the number one option, and then you go into a situation where she's so because the sexual experience of a 32, like say a 32-year-old woman and a 32-year-old man, most 32, the sexual experience, no, fuck that, I'll say a 27-year-old, right? A 27-year-old female and a 27-year-old male, their sexual experiences is like night and day. I'm talking about for the average 27-year-old female and the average 27-year-old male. The sexual experience of those two it's night and day. It's just not. It's not even close
Yeah.
when it comes to sexual. Like a woman has lived like three or four, five, 3 or 4 lifetimes when it comes to traveling, especially in today's age, traveling, sexual experiences, swingers parties, and all that. They've basically done it all by the age of 27. And most men, especially today, I'm talking about especially today, you can't even be shocked if you meet a 27 year people are not even shocked when they meet a 27-year-old male and be like, man, I've only had like one girl. I've only had one girl. Or you'll have a growing number of older male virgins, right? You people are not even shocked when you'll meet a 26-year-old male and they be like, I've never had sex with a woman. But compare that to a 26-year-old female, it's night and day. So by that time, it's such a mismatch. You're dealing with a woman with like level 100 manipulation skills. She knows who to choose as the man that's going to take care of her and put up with her not give putting out for sex. So this is what a lot of men are dealing with when you're dealing with women of that age. And it seems like that age is getting younger and younger because women are
Yep.
getting sexually experienced younger and younger. So now you're meeting now, especially I'll say this in my case, I'm meeting like women that are like 20 or 21 years old or 22 years old, and they're already ran through by like 20,
Wow.
21, 22 years old. They're already ran through, and you're just like, how? But they're getting started younger and younger. They get started with older men younger and younger. So it's something that people don't want to talk about, but this is the game right now. So now you're dealing with this guy. Probably was like, okay, she's 23 years old. I met her at 23. Well, this is perfect. I'm 25 or 27. This is we have a whole life. I get to experience her 20s and she doesn't want to give it up because she's already exhausted. She's already been ran through. This is a
Probably.
25-year-old female that's already been ran through, and she knows she can't. She knows what she has. She can't even. She can't even give it to her own husband freely because she's been so ran through. She knows she has nothing else to offer. That's the only thing left she has to offer, and what she has to offer, it's already been ran through.
Wow.
So this is what a lot of men don't understand, particularly when you're dealing with this new batch of young women coming in. They're it's weird, because they'll still blame most men for all their problems, but like the number of male virgins is rising, but yet the number of STD rates is rising amongst young women. So you're just like, okay, how does that math work? So
Yeah.
this is what we're dealing with, particularly especially when it comes to sexless marriages. These women are now they're just on some predatory type stuff where they're just like, okay, I'm ran through. Okay, let me look for the let me look for the most beta is male that will accept me, and then I will just hunker down, not do anything, not do my duty as a wife, right? And you know, and that this is what they're doing. This is what they're doing.
Mm.
So yeah, I'm
Yeah,
looking
that's
at some of these comments, the replies. Everybody's like, "No, this is what you got to do. Okay, this is what you got to." So shout out to this guy right here. Is just like she's not sexually attracted to you, dude. That's just basically it. So
yeah.
he just got you. Got he has the man in this Reddit post. He has to understand. She probably never found you attractive to begin with. She just saw somebody that she could use. And
Yeah, that's true.
I know that's hard to hear, but somebody's got to tell him that. Somebody's got to tell him that. Let's look at the chat. Who did I miss off? Who did I miss?
Yeah, you went along the lines of saying something similar to that also, I think.
Yeah,
You're
it's
saying
just
something similar to that.
they're just not those women during that time. Yeah, yeah. Basically, because I was like during that time when you're dealing with a woman that's over the age of 24. She's not is not I'll say this because oh man, I think educated Tyrone was in the live chat one day and he said when you're dealing with women over like 24, you see how like a lot of the teachers that have been getting caught with kids lately, they're always between the ages of 24, 28. And during that time is usually when a woman during that time is trying to find a beta before she hits the wall. So it's interesting that age range. It's like right if you're dealing with a woman that's over 24, I'll say over 23, but the it seems like the age keeps getting lower and lower. If you're dealing with a woman over the age of 24 and she's talking about I'm tired of the jerks, I'm ready to settle down. She's not looking for love. She's just like, damn, I can't. She just doesn't want to work really anymore. Usually women during that time, they'll have a job. Like they'll have a job and have their own apartment and everything, but then you move her in and you're thinking, okay, we both are gonna work, we're gonna both do this. Then right on schedule, oh, I got laid off from my job. Oh, I'm in $50,000 of student loan debt. And that's me being conservative. That's me being conservative with that number. A lot of those women are like in like hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loan debt. And then you find out her financial life is a mess. And you're just like, oh man, what the hell did I just inherit?
Yep.
You inherited somebody that played you. You know what I mean? She was playing you. So let me see. Somebody, yeah, Carlos X says it's time to start saving and planning for a divorce. Yeah, because when I saw the story, I'm like, it's over, bro. If she's not initiating sex with you, it's pretty obvious what that is. First of all, women have needs too, so she's most likely getting sex from somebody else, and
Yeah,
she,
exactly.
so he's gonna have to take note of that. And that's it is what it is. It is what it is. Somebody said or separation. Nah, I don't even believe in that whole separation. It's either you're done or you're together. That's what I believe in.
Yeah, you're better off just breaking it off. Period. Though separation is like you're pulling away, but you still got the claws hanging on to you. So you better
Yeah,
just get rid of the claws and just keep going. Just totally go on. That's it.
and always, when women are separating from the man, they need to take a spiritual trip to Miami or some spiritual trip to
Yeah.
Nashville, and God, come on,
Or
we already know
Brazil,
what
or someplace, bro.
to
Yeah.
Jamaica, right? These
Yep.
let's stop with the nonsense. We already know we need to separate. We need to take a break. If a girl ever comes up to you and says we need a break, well, it sounds like a breakup, and you
Hmm.
and a lot and you'll sometimes women will use that like they'll hear shit from their girlfriends and then they'll try it out on their significant others. Like their girlfriend will be like, "Why don't you try this on him?" And they'll do it stupidly and they don't realize the damage that they're causing.
Yeah.
Like they'll hear that stuff and they'll be like, I think we should have a break. And they won't be even really serious about it, but really you need to call her bluff and be like, oh, a break? Oh, that I guess we're over then. And then that's it. That's really how men should be operating out here. But you know, a lot of men fall for that. A lot of men fall for that. That because like women will do some risky stuff like that, but many men will still fall for it, and they don't realize their girlfriend told them that, and then on top of that, there is a man already waiting for her that she thinks that she about to smash and then come back to you real quick. So you got to call the bluff here and there and just be like, oh, you want a break? Well, I guess we're done then. Oh no, I was just playing. Nope, 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 nope. That's what you wanted. Let me see. I see another comment. He said, "I'm Carlos X said I'm an old millennial. I have the pleasure of seeing options for regular dudes, including myself, dry up in the last 6 to 7 years. I'd estimate. You mean like options in terms of marriage? I mean, I disagree with that. This is why I disagree with that. It's like as you don't have to stay in America. Like if you want marriage, you just can't do it here. That's my opinion on it. Like there's plenty of women in the world. There's plenty of women in the world.
Yeah.
Um,
Billions.
like there's all different types of
Yep.
races. If look, if you're dealing with white women a lot, why don't you try Latina? If you deal with Latina, why don't you try white? If you dealt with white, why don't you try black? Why don't you try Asian? Try, oh, I'll say the try Asian first. But but
Yeah.
try
I,
something else if you want.
right.
Don't limit yourself to just one section or one race. That's
Yeah.
that's to me that's idiotic. If you're just limiting yourself to like one race, of course there's very limited marriage options. Just look at the black community. There's very limited marriage options. So you got to try something else.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be white. You could be Latina, Asian. You got so many Pacific Islander girls that would be praying for any dude from America to rescue them. So, um, so you use that to your advantage. Use that to your advantage, man. So, like that's what I would do. And don't worry about the women in your community being like, oh, you're just taking advantage of that poor girl. Who cares?
Forget that, man. Just
Who,
go
who
out
cares?
there. Take it from me, though. They're all the same. It's just different shades. That's all it is. It's all the
Yeah.
same. They all have the same equipment. That's all it is.
But like I said, there's still but like I said, Angel, these I'm telling you, this age of men, they still want to get married, even after seeing all this stuff. Like me, I'm like, no, never
Yeah.
mind. But
I know.
I
I
see
know.
myself having like me personally, I see myself having flings and then like a long-term girlfriend here and there. Okay, then we break up after 2 3 years, and then me being by myself. Okay, I'll find another girl.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what I see myself doing for most of it. And like I see myself basically being with an actual independent chick, meaning she lives at her own spot. I live in my own spot. We meet
Right.
up and then we'll be together for 2 or 3 years, and then and then we respectively part ways, and we don't have no titles together or that's like me in my perfect world. That's
Yeah.
what I want to happen.
Yeah.
But
You better work that way.
most I will say most men want marriage today. I'm saying most men that are 40, I'll say 35, yeah, I'll say 35 and under, they're looking to get married. It's the gender roles have flipped. It's men now that are like trying to shame women into marriage, while
Yeah.
the women today, they don't even want kids. They don't even want kids unless if
Right.
they're getting paid. Like they're like on like women today are on like a different type of mercenary um mode. Like it's a different type of mode. So Rocky said, "What story?" Oh, the story I was talking about was this one where the guy there was a guy on Reddit. He was talking about how he says, "Today I gave up initiating sex with my wife." So he's a 27-year-old male with a 25-year-old female, and he's saying that he always has to initiate sex with his wife. And we were just saying that, bro, your wife doesn't fuck with you like that anymore, and she probably never did. So you're probably gonna have to cut the cord. And we were basically educating the public on how many women today have been ran through at by such a young age. Like they already know the game by like 23, 24. So by the time you're dealing with a woman that's like a 24-year-old, 25-year-old in today's day and age, you're dealing with somebody that's ran through, and she's already on predatory mode, meaning she knows what beta to select to take care of her and marry her, and you know have her get taken care of without her putting in her share of work. So this is the type of people that a lot of men are dealing with, and many men don't understand the dark side of when you're proposing to a woman, there's most likely another dude that she's messing with, or she's hoping that would propose first before you. I don't what's an example that I can give? Oh man, I don't think I have that video anymore, but there was this perfect video there's this perfect video that shows what I'm saying. Oh man, I showed it before. But there's a perfect video. I don't know if it was a Caucasian couple too. Let me see.
Yeah, Chris,
Man,
listen, Chris, I
yeah.
have to bounce, bro. Okay.
Oh yeah, I
I
got you,
really-
man.
All right, I
Thank
gotta
you
go.
for
All right.
yeah, man. Thank you for dropping by, man. Thank you.
No problem then. You take care then. Take care, guys. All right.
Yes, sir. So let me see. Man proposes to woman. Man proposes to woman. At restaurant. Woman. She. She. I don't know how to. Let me. I don't know if I can find that video, but it's while she's eating or something. Like this guy, it was like the guy proposed to the girl, but it was just like she was like, no. Like she says no, but she ends up saying yes in the same video. But you could tell that she was like, no, why are you proposing right now? Like I said, like guys really, I don't know if I can find that video, man. I don't know if I can find that video, man. Oh man. It might be on my Instagram, but it perfectly shows what it's like. This dude went down on bended knees to this girl, man. I'm gonna have to do some scrolling. I don't know if I'm gonna find it because I don't know what to say in terms of the description. The guy, like, it was like outside of a restaurant or something, and he proposed to the girl, and she was like, "No." Not like no in terms of saying no to the proposal, but she was like, "No, why are you doing this now?" You could tell that she was still dating other dudes behind his like you could tell that she was still playing, like she was clearly, because the way her reaction was, and then when she eventually said yes, you could tell that she was still playing the field. Yes, I found it. I didn't think it was gonna be that quick. I didn't think it was gonna be that quick. I didn't think it was gonna be that quick. I did not think it was gonna be that quick. Do you remember this video? This is I'm gonna tell you, this is I will say this is most situations right now. Because men are dealing with women that don't really like them like that, because women will have, because what women, a lot of women have, particularly if she's like decently attractive, if she's skinny, I'm talking about if she's in shape and she's like decently attractive, they have a man that she's attracted to, that she still messes with from time to time or flirts with from time to time. She has a guy that's buying her food that she uses, and then she has a guy that's actually taking her serious, that might marry her, that so she'll keep him around for security reasons, and then she'll have another dude that just be giving her money, like so women will have men for different things in different areas, and here this is clearly a guy that is the one that was taking her seriously out of the bunch, but she doesn't want him to propose first. She wants the guy that not emotionally attached to her to propose to her. So watch this here.
No, you're not. Are you serious? Oh shit! No, you're not. That's like. Are you serious? I'm serious. Wow. Yes.
Her reaction says it all, dog. Her reaction says it all. I mean, so these are the women that men are choosing, and it's like it's clear as day that she does not want to be married right now, or she doesn't want no kid. Now, what's gonna happen is, like, say if he waited it out, this is what's gonna happen. It's gonna be like 2 or 3 years later or 4 years later, a pregnancy scare here and there or STD scare here and there. Then she's gonna be like, okay, I'm ready to settle down, and then she'll start giving massive choosing signals to the beta that has been taking her the most seriously out of the bunch. That's how it works. That's how it usually works. Okay, let me see. So Carlos X said, I was being a little hyperbolic, but the good options for relationships. Oh yeah, for relationships in my vicinity. Yeah, you're just gonna have to travel, bro. You can't stay in like wherever you are. You're going to have to leave where you are. It's something you don't even have to leave the country. A lot of times you gotta just go to another state. You gotta go to another state. And Rocky said, if she's a single mom, she is not marriage material. As such, nearly all black women are out the question. Oh no, Rocky, don't do him like that. But those are facts. Like there's a lot of young sisters out there. They're already out. They're already out of the question. They're already out. That's crazy, but that is true. That is true, unfortunately. He said, I mean, good enough. But like I say, in this country, it's not safe. It's just not safe for men to marry. It's just not safe. Especially when kids are involved. Ah, yes. So yeah, that video, man, like that video, like these are the dudes that like yeah, I'm telling you, these are the dudes. Sorry, these are the women that dudes are marrying. These kind of girls. And they're clearly not looking to be married. But they accept it because, first of all, white women understand like, look, I have a limited time frame. So whoever proposes, and if he has I'm gonna make sure the beta that I choose has a decent, position in his career. So if he proposes, I won't deny it because he does have a good job. So like white women know how to position themselves with certain guys like that. So they're not, so she's not gonna say no. But in her mind, the person that she wants to propose, that she actually wants him, like the person that she wants to propose, that she wants him to the person in mind that she wants to propose to her is not like that guy is not even part of the discussion. He's like last place, but he just happens to pop the question first. Oh man, Carlos X said, I hate traveling. I got you. Let me see. Yeah, I'll say this, and I hope people, I hope, well, I haven't had any white women complaining about me saying how white women age really badly, but like, yeah, white women when they age, boy, they age in dog years. No cap, no cap. They age in dog years. So white women understand like at an early age, like they like, man, I can't be playing around. So that's why you'll see like a lot of particularly BWs but I'll say particularly BWs, they'll be very disillusioned. So because they'll be like 30 in their upper 30s and be like, but I still look good. But I'm like, but you're still at a certain age. Like biology doesn't, but because their face still looks young, they still think they're in the game. But biology is biology. Biology is biology. Carlos X said, "What's this recent? They're probably still together." Well, I don't know, but okay. But like I said, with a girl like this is what she probably did when she got home. This is what I bet you what she did. She probably called the other dude or dudes that she's messing with. She was probably snuggled up with her sneaky link and was like, "Yo, my one of the guys that I know proposed to me," and I said yes. And she's just gonna put that out there to the alphas that she really wants to be with to see if they're going to match the offer. It's a bidding war. It's a bidding war. That's what women do. They go to the sneaker link and be like, I got proposed to. What you gonna do about it? And most of the times the guys are like, well, good luck to you. And they're just like, okay. And that's usually what happens. There's usually another guy in the mix. Oh, let me add Pyro. Hey man, what's up, bro?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Ah man, same old. Back from tour. You know what I mean? Still trying to get some affairs in order. Still waiting for
Yeah.
some more money to come in, um, via wire transfers and all that shit. You know, you gotta,
Oh,
but thankfully I haven't had to hound any people for money and stuff like that.
yeah.
Everything has been very straightforward. I already had something come in, so I'm good money wise, so I'm straight. But man, but yeah, that's being on tour made me realize that it's I've been distracting myself from the goal. So that's just
That's
one of
true.
those things I had to realize that I'm lacking. I'm very behind on the business side of things. I'm really lacking on the music side of things. So I have to really shift my focus if I want some changes to happen. So
Yeah.
that's the realization I came with on tour.
Same thing for me. Because I like cheesecake and I like to I like to take that.
You know what's crazy when we were because when I was on tour, basically all the craziness ended up happening with Diddy. Basically, all the juicy stuff happened. I was like, God, man,
Yeah.
because I did bring my laptop with me. I did bring my audio interface, and I did bring a backup headphones. I'm sorry, a microphone with me, but I just didn't get the time. And then the one day that I had the day off, which was the day, I think that was the day after when I did the Pittsburgh live stream. That, or I think that was the same day. No. That was the same day, actually. That was the same day. That day, that was supposed to be our day off. But the next day, they gave us 20, sorry, they gave us like 30 songs to learn on that day
Oh,
for a
in
New
one
York
day.
performance. For a New
In
York
one day.
performance for the next day. So
30
you're just
songs
like,
in one day. Come on.
yeah. And you're just like, bruh. So, but thankfully, since it was a rapper and then an R&B singer, the songs were like simple. It was like 3 chords each, but still, it's a lot of shit to remember for one
Yeah.
day. I had to
Hmm.
write down. I had to write down the numbers or whatever the progressions for the bass player because he can't remember that shit. So because he literally had to transcribe his bass part in like 5 hours on the app, whatever, because he learns through seeing it on a
Oh,
transcript, on a score. So he had to literally write his shit down.
to
And I had to
remember.
write down his numbers in terms of the progressions that he had to go through because I usually deal with numbers. He deals with like notes. So that's
Yeah.
that's like another musicianship type thing. But I'm like, we only had one day to do that. So I didn't have no time. I could only do like 2 lives, and so it was crazy. That was crazy. But I'm back. I'm back. I should be straight for now. I still got a lot of performances coming up at some, and I'm doing some I'm doing some stadium shit uh real soon, God willing. So thankfully, with the connections I made, I should be all right. But it's a lot. It's still a lot. It's still a lot, you know. But basically, this stream, I'm trying to focus on Orange Man, um, his conviction, and actually how it affects all men.
Yeah.
Because I don't think people understand when we talk about precedent being set. What a president is being set, where now a man can get in trouble for paying a 304 off, but not necessarily paying the 304 off. If they find any evidence of you trying to cover up, basically, if you're trying to push funds around to hide you paying off somebody, you can get convicted for that. So
Wha-
this is why this scares me, because Pyro, I know you remember when I did a live stream where I was explaining how with the IG models, the
Yes.
tricks don't pay them off directly. They don't just give them money via their Cash App just directly to their account. What they do is they pay the 304s through their candle business, whatever, their Slim Fast Tea, whatever bullshit business that they have in their links in bios description, their
Yeah.
Amazon storefront. That's the
Mm-hmm.
front. So they'll just put the money that they would give directly to the 304, but they put it through their business. But if you're looking at the Orange Man conviction and what he got in trouble for, that could count as fraud. So
For
this
real.
is not good. In my like this is
Uh,
not good, particularly if you're a guy that likes to go the pay for play route. Or if you don't
yes.
think you're going to pay for play route, they're considering that now foul. So what's your thoughts on that so far?
All I can say is it seems like they just hate men spending money like either digitally or just physically. Like if we like we just can't just pay for bucks and just have fun. But yet still we can pay for OnlyFans.
Yeah, that to me, that is criminal. Where basically it's almost like this whole, you can look but you can't touch type thing. It's like it's
Yes.
so criminal. So like where they don't mind man paying OnlyFans models to look at them do ridiculous type things, but they can't pay a 304 directly to get what he wants. It's like, man, bruh. But this is
The
only,
same
like I
thing.
said, that's mostly an American type thing, because in
Yeah.
America, pay for play is technically illegal, you know, but
See,
at
if
least
if you look
over
at
in
if, the same, I think the same thing with AB. You, you, you can literally just pay a doctor to like get rid of it. Literally deletion, and then police don't have to get involved. But now that I think that's changing.
yeah. So before I get back on Orange Man, let me hit this chat. He says, sadly, your point about white women is very true. Now, mind you, like it's crazy. I don't know, Pyro, if you've noticed. Like I don't even really before the Charleston White video. I made that Charleston White video about why NFL draft players pick white women. Before that video, I don't really make videos about black women.
I do now.
I, so now I'm doing it now because they're pissing me off, because I made one video about why NFL draft players are picking white women. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And all I did in that video was I didn't even talk about the weaves,
the attitude.
attitudes. I didn't say nothing. I was talking about just the financial side of it. Literally, I was literally saying white women are investing in these ninjas long
Yeah.
term. They're buying them. That's all I was saying. You just have every other comment. Oh, you must hate your mom, and you're just like, bruh. I mean, bruh. Anytime you have any critique
Hmm.
of BWs, it's always you hate your mom. Oh, you don't know no good black women in your life, and oh,
Who
why do
hurt
you hate black women?
you?
Who hurt you? And you're just like, are you serious? Like, I done made fun of white women aging like
Yeah.
bananas. I done made fun of Latinas saying you can't trust them with sharp objects. They're the craziest of the bunch.
Hmm.
I done said Asian women be poisoning their husband. I done said all of that.
But
And mind you,
as soon as it
I
comes to detail,
if it comes to BWs, they can't they is the simps and the BWs themselves, they just can't you can't tell them anything. You can't tell them
yeah.
anything. You
they're
can't tell
like
them anything.
they're like white conservatives.
Yeah, exactly.
Leave
I
the
mean,
white woman alone.
there's been more. I'm talking about there's been more white male conservatives that have been mad about me about my white women take than white women themselves. Explain to me how that
Yes.
works. Explain to me how in my Riley Gaines videos, I actually got support from one of the white female liberals where she said I actually made a good point in terms of I've never seen conservatives care about female sports until now. Why have I gotten
Yeah.
more positive? I haven't had one white woman be on my channel be like, I don't like how you're talking about white women. It's been more, I'm talking about white male conservatives.
Yeah.
I've had white female conservatives come on my channel say, "Oh, this is a good stuff. I like what you're saying." And I've said like white women age badly. if I've literally said I've said like white female teachers be the worst. I done said all of this stuff, but you say one thing about BWs. One thing, and you're just
Hmm.
and in that video, I'm just talking about the finances where I'm saying white women they invest, black women they just they just
You.
spend money. They spend.
Hmm.
They just use. There's a difference between spending money and investing money. It's literally just
Yeah.
financial. But like I said, you can't tell them nothing. You
Yeah.
can't tell them anything. So
But
I'm going to start making more videos because because the reason why I would avoid talking about black women on my channel is because I know how sensitive they get. I
yes.
know how sensitive they get. I know how sensitive the pro black men get. Like I make the video and I see pro black men, man, white women ain't no better. I'm like, when have I ever said white women were better than black women? When?
Chris.
I've never. I've I've been on Undead Chronics channel and we'll be like talking crazy about white women together,
Hmm.
together.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if people are witness to that. Like I'll be on Undead Chronics channel and we'll be shit talking white women together. Like to get it's and you're just like I mean I'm like you can't take no type of adversarial opinion. This is why when it comes to talking about when we even talk about young women, right, when we talk about young women doing certain things, I can't
Hmm.
talk about this with ninjas. I can't
Yeah.
because they're gonna get sensitive. I'm talking about
Yeah.
black men and black women. They're gonna get sensitive when I start talking about R. Kelly and how
YouTube.
Aaliyah's mom and Aaliyah's uncle basically sold her off to R. Kelly, and how basically everybody consented. What are you? They start crying. I'm like, you know what? Never mind. Since they don't because they don't really want to fix the problem. They just want to virtue signal.
Yes. We all know why they did that. Money. Especially I think Aliyah know that as well. She's not gonna make that guy do things to her for free.
Aaliyah was a pass around. I don't know why people
Mhm.
were afraid to. She was with Dame Dash. She was with Jay-Z. She was with R. Kelly. She was with damn near everybody. She was probably with Static Major and all those guys as well. She was with she was a pass around. She was a
Yeah.
young pass around. But people, I don't know why people are afraid to say this, but it wasn't uncommon. That's why I had to give a shout out to Sexy Red because when one of the fans asked her, "Yo, did you smash Drake for a feature?" She said, "Yes." I was just like, you know what?
Uh,
At least she didn't give us no bullshit ass answer.
yeah.
Oh,
Hmm.
you just hate women, and why why don't we just sharing creative, we're both creative artists and just sharing experiences, and you want to label
Yeah.
it down to say at least she didn't lie. At least she just
Yeah.
kept it a
Yeah.
buck. I'm like, you know what, Sexy Red, I got to give you an applause for at least keeping it real because we
Yeah.
know how the industry works. This is how it works in the industry. You
Mhm.
see certain women that are not that talented go up to certain plateaus. You know what they had to do to get it. Even the talented women have had to sell themselves. What do you think an
Yes.
untalented woman is gonna have to do? But you can't.
Chef, go run the pum pum. Chef, run it.
I'm talking about. I know some talented female musicians, they've had to do that. So
Hmm.
it is what it is. Let me see. The comment section. Out of all the different types of white women, Slavic women age the absolute worst. Yeah, that is true. He said it's Harp's Desire said especially the Russians. Yes, that is very true. I would say though, I would say the Swedish and German women, they age really bad because a lot of them, but particularly the Swedes, because because blonde women, like they age rapidly. They age rapidly. So but I'm talking about like from ages 18 to through 23, they look amazing. Amazing. But once there's a certain age that they hit, I don't know if it's like around 26 and 27, and it's just downhill. After like 28, it's just downhill from there. And it's like they cannot recover. Like Botox cannot save them. It doesn't even say it doesn't even come close. Let me
Oh,
see. So Harp's Desire said, which is so sad given how attractive they are, but I suppose that's nature's way of limiting their power level. Yeah, I'll say this: if
yeah.
blonde white women look us, I'm talking about particularly blonde Caucasian females, if they could stay the same age a little longer, almost as long as like say a Latina
As
woman.
black,
It
or
doesn't even
as
have
black
to be
women.
black. Man, if they could if blonde white women could stay as young looking as black women, man, they would nobody would
Yeah,
go for no other race.
yeah,
Nobody
yeah,
would go for
yeah.
any other
Speaking
race.
of the truth, that's true. That's true.
Like that would be way too OP. That's just God, leveling the playing field, making sure
Yeah,
everybody else get a shot. Because like when you look at those pictures of those blonde white women at like a certain age, it's like it's almost like no contest for the Sims. It's like it's no contest for the Sims. So let's see here. See the harps. Hopefully my hopefully my Latinos are making me proud and not getting at you about your take on Latinas. I was like
oh,
O'Reilly when I saw your chubby Latina video. Oh yeah, I'll be talking about gorditas, right? And I'll talk about Latina women. I haven't had no bite back, but I've like actually like dissed, like where I could understand when if like if a Latina man or a white man be like, yo, you talking about our women too much. Because I would avoid talking about black women on my channel because I didn't want to be that type of channel. You know what I mean? But it's crazy. Someone said, yo, you mentioned Swedes. Look up Anna Bay. Perfect example. Who's Anna Bay? I'm gonna have to look that up real quick. Who is Anna Bay? Let's see here. Anna Bay. Who's Anna Bay? Is she an actor? Anna Bay, Anna Bay. Oh, let's see. So watch this. So I'm looking at her right now, like this. I'm pretty sure when she went from plain Jane to jet setter, she tried to cheat the game. She's not even a real blonde, but I'm pretty sure when she was younger, she probably looked. But she kind of cheated the game though. She low key
yeah.
cheated the game. She low key to change the game. Let me see this,
The
man.
thing is, the thing is about white women. Every time they age, I mean, when they hit their peak, like in their early 20s, and when they reach like in their late 30s or 40s, they always look like Decepticons for some reason. They just look ugly.
Oh man. Well, it's like I said, I don't want to be okay. I'm not trying to be mean though, but the
Yeah,
point I was trying to make is that I've said things where I would even say about black women because I
yeah,
already know just off of just just talking about regular stuff, I know it's gonna trigger the average black woman. So I just
Yes.
like I just I just avoid it. You know what I mean? So that's all. You know, that's all. Let me do one more video.
Hmm.
Let me see one more video in my bookmarks if I can find one that I haven't done. Let's see this real quick.
Don't care. That's why I continue to do what I do. That's why. And then let me tell y'all, for all of y'all, when I be posting some of my little statuses, see, a lot of y'all know how I get down. But for some of y'all, when I be posting my little statuses and y'all be making little comments about me, baby, I sleep like a motherfucking baby at night. But I do not give a fuck when nobody thinks about Shin Lavelle at all. Like, I don't care. That's why I continue.
So the
No.
basically the tweet is when she said, "Oh, her name is Shan Lavelle," so you already know that's a red flag. So she said, "When you're as extremely beautiful as I am, you can cheat on and leave as many men as you want to. There's no benefit in being a good woman. I drain men of their finances and leave for a new man with a bag. I said what the F I said." So
Continue to do what I do.
that's
That's
the
why. And then
so that's the mentality, and then they just wonder why these NFL draft the NFL draft athletes are picking who they are.
but I do not
Yeah.
when nobody thinks about Shin Lavelle at all. Like, I don't care. That's why I continue to do what I do. That's why. And then let me tell y'all, for all of y'all, when I be posting some of my little statuses, see, a lot of y'all know how I get down. But for some of y'all, when I be posting my little statuses and y'all be making little comments about me, baby, I sleep like a motherfucking baby at night. But I do not give a fuck when nobody thinks about Shin Lavelle at all. Like, I don't care.
No.
I continue to do what I do. That's why.
Oh Lord,
Yeah.
that means
Yeah, I was gonna say something in the comments, but I'm afraid to see what's down there, especially on YouTube.
oh yeah. So on Twitter, I gotta be careful. Yeah, so Twitter, I do have to be careful because I was talking to my cousin recently, and I don't know if he says that he's subscribed to my channel, and he watches damn near all my videos, and
Hmm.
we were talking about I don't know if I've never I don't know what his account name is, but I remember he was talking about how his Twitter, he can't even open it anymore because as soon as he opens it up, it's corn
Yes.
pops up. So and so she has he literally said I can't even open up Twitter no more because I was talking about using Twitter for my show, but I have to literally scroll like so slowly, like
Yeah.
it's it's crazy.
This the safety doesn't even work.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the comments. Somebody says she thinks she's beautiful. And but that's that's the inflation that we have right now, especially if she has a dating app. Many women have dating apps, not necessarily to meet people, it's just to inflate their own ego because men just swipe right on
Hmm.
every woman. So they literally have that app just to see how many likes they get.
Yeah.
I shit you guys not. That's why many have that app. It's like just as a morale booster, I guess. Let me see. He said, Harp's Desire said, you also mentioned gorditas. That's the weakness of Latinas. When they put on weight, it's pretty bad compared to other races. Yeah, but I like gorditas though. I like gorditas. So I can't, I'm not, I don't, it's not even a diss because I like a lot of them. I like a lot of them. But I'll come up with these names, right? But like I said, if you just putting the initial BW in your title, it can limit your monetization. I found that out the other day.
Wow.
Yep. So I took out I was like, why is I'm looking at my hashtags. I make sure there's no black, no nothing in there. right? Just okay, maybe it's just black. I think
What about
no,
dubs? Like they just
no,
put the
no.
B and put the
I,
the
I
U.
didn't I didn't put I didn't put no code names. So then I was like, okay, what if I take out BW in the title? Take out BW in the title, the yellow the yellow dollar sign turns into a green dollar sign almost instantaneously. So now they're like because remember, there's already content creators complaining about if I put 304 in my title, my thing gets demonetized. So
Wow.
so this is what we're dealing with. Like
All
like this is
right.
the nonsense.
Even when you're
Rock.
using censored words, they're still gonna censor you. All right.
Yeah. Let me see.
You know
Somebody
what?
said,
You know, like when I'm what I'm gonna use the the moon princess is the moon princess. That's what I'm gonna use instead of calling them B dubs. That's moon princesses.
nah, because you're trying to portray a point, and it's just like it's gonna be lost. So,
Yeah.
but now it looks like that now if I just put black woman in there, or if I say black, if I actually spell out the word black, it doesn't seem to be any problems, it doesn't seem to trigger anything, but I
Yeah.
still got to be careful. So now I don't even use race anymore. I just put whatever. Now, when I put like white women in there, if I put Hispanic, it doesn't trigger anything. If I put Asian, it doesn't trigger anything, but I put BW in there, it's a problem. So, it is what it is. Somebody said Shan Lavelle sounds like a Decepticon name. Somebody said, and
It
she
does.
average with fake
It
hair. Like,
does.
yeah, she don't like for her to say what she's saying. But like I said, like I'm talking about the average girl. She doesn't think, even the below average girls, they don't think that they really think that they're the shit. They really think they
Yeah.
are what they think they are in their head. So it's
If she ever come to Jamaica, oh God, and she act like this, you know, us Jamaican men are just brutal to every single person.
yeah, just brutally honest. Yeah, man. Carlos X says sucks. Oh yeah, so Rocky, yeah, like exactly like you were saying. If Rocky's basically said what you said with the B Dubs comment, but I don't. If I do that, it's not gonna get my message is not gonna come across. I think but maybe I'll have to do that in the
Thumb-
future.
the thumbnails, you're gonna have to add it on the thumbnails, or just put the actual picture of a B dub.
Oh man, but let's because I already kind of went over Orange Man. But in the thing, but I guess let's see, because I think I've already explained it. Because even though I'm not really well versed in politics, but it seems like I got it completely right. They just he got in trouble
Yeah.
for first of all, the trial was called the hush money trial. So of
Yeah.
course he was going to be found guilty. It was just a matter of when, because I'm like, okay, so all right, the trial is called the hush money trial. So of course we already know he paid the hush money. So I don't know why it's it's like it's a setup. It's a setup. They already know they're gonna say he's guilty.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we already know like this is gonna be a bad president. So basically, like I said, I already know in the future it's gonna be 304s that get flown out. And those women, they're gonna turn 30 and 40 years old, and they're gonna realize they got nothing from it. So all the girls that you ordered a Uber to, that you flew out, they're gonna say that they were trafficked. They were gonna say that they were young, they got manipulated. All the girls that are on seeking arrangements, sugar sites, they're gonna say that they were manipulated and they didn't know what they were doing. This is what's like once it hits the year 2035. Oh man. Like
That's
I'm
it.
talking about the mid 2030s. Watch mid 20. It's probably not going to be that long, but I'll say mid 2030s. You're going to be seeing a lot of that. It's gonna be women that were on seeking all these sugar sites, and they're going to be saying that they got taken advantage. and the conservatives are gonna fall for it the hardest.
Yeah, that's true. If that's gonna happen to Mr. T, imagine us as common citizens.
Yeah. Like I said, like if you ordered a Uber for a girl, they're gonna be saying like, "Yo, you a trafficker." I don't think it's far off. I don't think it's far off. So let me see. Trump guilty verdict based on evidence in the law. I mean, it was a setup trial. I mean, if you're gonna if the trial is literally like, okay, the trial is I stole money, and you already know I stole the money, but now we're gonna put the trial is literally Chris stole money case. Is he guilty or innocent? And you already know that I stole it. So I don't. That was a ridiculous thing to do, but it's a terrible precedent that's being set. Let me go on YouTube real quick because I did say in my title, trad cons and trad pros, right? The trad pro, so let's say the trad pros and the trad cons, right?
So who,
Um,
so who are the drug pros? Like, I never heard that one.
so like when I say, when some people say the pros and cons, so
Yes.
instead of saying trad cons, I just say trad pros. So that's just me just saying, okay, let's look at some videos where you have some trad cons making sense. And
Oh,
I'm going to cover that real quick. I might in the future make a separate live stream specifically talking about the trad cons, and this is a term I just made up, the trad pros, right? Meaning these will be trad cons, these will be traditional conservative people that are actually putting good information out there. I'm going to call them trad pros, right? The trad cons are going to be the scam artists. That's basically how I'm going to put it from now on. But let me show a video of a TradCon. This is a TradCon girl. I don't know if you know who I don't know if you know who this girl is. I'm gonna bring up her picture. This is a YouTuber TradCon girl by the
oh,
name of
yeah. I know who that is.
Amala Ekpunobi. If I'm not mistaken, she was like adopted or something. I don't know. But she's a TradCon girl. So I've seen content from her. Well, I don't know if she would label her. I don't think she actually she labels herself a TradCon. She's just a Republican, right?
Yeah.
If I'm
Mhm.
not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. But she's right leaning. She's right leaning. That I can put out there. And I've seen some decent stuff and I've seen some stuff that I don't agree with. And I can actually trust a channel like that where I disagree and agree, where at least she doesn't hide certain stuff. So I've seen
Yeah.
some decent stuff from that channel, and I've seen some stuff that I just vehemently disagree. So I will give her the time of day today. I haven't done a lot of research on her. I only see clips of her stuff. So I'm gonna show one of her clips that I disagree with that popped up. So Amala, okay, so Amala had Riley Gaines on her channel, right? And everybody already knows how I feel about Riley Gaines. She's an opportunist, right?
Mhm.
Let's keep it a buck. Lorette Hamilton, one of the first uh loyal followers of the channel, believe it or not. I remember she was talking to me about how conservative women coming out against the Transformers, the Autobots,
Yeah, the
she
Decepticons.
the Decepticons. She was saying how them doing that it's a dating strategy by the tradition by the Republican girls, so they can find another Republican guy to be like, you see, I'm one of the good girls, and it makes sense, and it makes sense, and I believe Riley Gaines is one of these people, because like because like I said, Riley Gaines to me, she's just an undercover feminazi.
Yeah.
Because if people don't understand, because when you look at the language in the comments, it's actually mostly conservative women talking about why are men trying to steal this away from us, and I'm like, what do you mean? What are men trying? We're not doing nothing. This is what you guys brought upon yourselves. But people don't recognize that language. That's feminist language right there. Men are trying to invade this and blah blah. I'm like, whoa.
I'm just loving it.
That's what I'm.
Remember
That's
that.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying too. I'm like, look, man. This is the only just the natural order of things coming back.
Mhm.
It's just the natural order of things.
Yeah.
These the same
So
people are still asking for equal pay and how we need chartered flights and whatnot and all this stuff. I'm like, okay,
and they don't want no segregation. Like they want to be in men's spaces, especially in Boy Scouts. So I'm still salty about that to this day.
mm,
From teenager coming right up to 25 right now, I'm still salty about that. Like women, I don't want to sound like a misogynist, but we as men we used to have our own spaces.
yeah.
But no, women just are just in everything and just they just ruin everything and just complaining. I know as soon as men start putting on wigs and entering their spaces, oh my God, men are taking everything over, crying, whining.
Let me see. So Carlos X says she's all right. He's talking about Amala here up to the
Yeah.
top left. So she's
Mhm.
Carlos X says she's all right. She's kind of a feminist. Well, like I said, all women are feminists in America, in some way or shape or form. So he says she has the most annoying intro music. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Amala,
No,
you're gonna hear it real
that,
soon because I'm gonna show one
that's
of
why
her.
I didn't. That's why I didn't like her that much. Like that's I think that's the first video I watched of her, and then like every time I see her video in my feed, I just like press to not recommend, so I don't see your videos again.
Oh man. But let's take a listen. So right here at the bottom is gonna be Amala and Riley Gaines up top reacting to the Autobots. I was gonna say demons, but the Autobots. She's going to be reacting to the Autobots, talking about how they're not as much of a problem as they're gonna try to act like that they're not a problem to women's sports. Let's take a listen. Fair use, by the way.
Third, I deserve to be a part of the female category. I'm female. Males deserve to be a part of the male category.
Also, logistically, it cannot work. There are not enough
athletes
people.
in the world.
Utah is one of the states in America that ban trans.
Oh, so background information. Let me restart it. So they're gonna talk about how one of the solutions that conservatives put out there is that the transformers should have their own league of sports,
Hmm.
or they should basically be assigned to whatever they were at birth. They need to be in. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? So if they were a
Yeah.
male at birth, they should still do male sports, even though they transition to being a female.
Third, I deserve to be a part of the female category. I'm female. Males deserve to be a part of the male category.
Also, logistically, it cannot work. There are not enough
athletes
people.
in the world.
Utah is one of the states in America that ban trans athletes altogether. Do you know how many trans athletes were competing
Shout out to Utah. Shout out to Utah.
in the state of Utah when they passed that ban? One.
We always hear that. They're banning trans athletes. No one is being banned. That's entirely fear mongering. Just compete where is safe, number one, and fair, number two, and that's with your biological sex. The reasons I believe that a third category wouldn't suffice is because it would be a category where you still very much have males competing against females.
A lot of the trans people say, well, this identity is so important to me. It's so important to take on this new life. Maybe one of the sacrifices is there's just not a fair way to compete in sports.
Oh man. When the consequences of our actions.
I'm not third.
Now, by the way, This ninja at the bottom, that is a scary looking ninja. I'll I'm gonna give it to the women here. Even as a man, I would be afraid if I see a nigga with a wig on running after me. I would be afraid.
Look,
As a
I
man, just as a man, I'd be afraid of that. So
I, I would literally piss myself up running for my life.
I would, dude. Do you understand? Like, I don't know why people are afraid to say this, man. People talk about, what they say, homophobia and transphobia. I will say
Yeah.
this: I am transphobic. I am afraid of Transformers. These are some big dudes. Like people got to like understand? Like these are not most Transformers that I run across. They're not small dudes. They're not.
Yes.
They're not. They're not regular sized human beings. They're always like at
Some
least 6 feet
some
tall.
I've seen a 6'1" on Twitter. Oh my god. Oh my
So like
god.
imagine Terry Crews, and then
Mhm.
he decides to change to say, "Oh, I feel like a woman," and then he just comes in with nail polish, a wig, and high heels. That is a scary looking dude. Remember when Ben Shapiro was debating one of those things and the thing put his hand on Ben Shapiro's chest
Yeah. Oh
and
yeah. Yeah.
his hand basically covered Ben Shapiro's whole chest.
Yeah.
I'm-
I remember. I
Ben,
remember.
I low key, if I were to give a lie detector test, I bet you Ben Shapiro. I bet you Ben Shapiro will tell you, be like, man, I was scared. That was a big. People don't understand. That's a big dude. Hold on, let me see if I can bring up that Ben.
Yeah, I remember that, and I hear it in Ben's voice like that's very unprofessional.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. He didn't have he didn't have his hand on his chest. He had his hand around his neck, but like
Yeah.
his hand, you could see the man's hand. It's like a jock, like one of those jocks from back in the day, having his whole hand on you while he about to like beat you up or something like that. Like that was crazy.
Good try. You have I've been overseas.
Because that's like you look. First of all, his hands are massive, and then look at his he got like he's this is a massive person. This is not a small dude. This is a
Yeah.
massive dude. I don't know.
That's
Yeah, right here. And then right here, this is where because this is the thing, because there's still men. So if you diss one of these people, they're still men. He
yeah.
basically threatened Ben on the spot. And I already know Ben got flashbacks when he was like a kid. So when them
Yeah.
ninjas put they paws on you, that's that flashback he got. I already know that's because he was like, man, this is a man right here.
Filters syndrome. So you don't know what you're talking about. You're not educated on
Would you
genetics.
like to discuss the genetics? Or no?
Well, no,
What are
no.
your genetics?
So I'd stay away from the genetics and back to the brain scans.
You cut that out now, or you'll go home in an ambulance.
You see right there, right there. That is scary. I do not want to like. I already know low key Ben was crapping in his pants, and
Yeah.
only a man can elicit that kind of response from another man. Only a man. So these are some scary people, man. I am very transphobic. I am afraid of the Decepticons. Do
Yeah.
as I command. These people. I am very afraid. Yes, I am afraid of Transformers. These are
That's
some
what I'm saying.
scary. These are some scary men. Those are some scary men. You gotta be, first of all, you gotta be a crazy dude to walk around life wearing a wig and think you are that. So you already know that guy's messed up in the head, and
Yeah.
you take into account that he's a predator. Then you take into account that guy has testosterone. So you're like, man, you don't
Every,
please.
everything you just said, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Just imagine below, way below the iceberg.
Oh man. Oh, so Carlos X said that Carl Lewis is a transformer now? Say it ain't so. What? Let me hold on for a second. Carl Lewis. They said Carl Lewis is a transformer? What? Or maybe he was just saying, oh, maybe he was just saying this just I think maybe he was just saying imagine Carl Lewis as a transformer. That would be like like imagine like Carl Lewis in his prime as a transformer. That's basically that's scary. That's
No,
scary.
no, no. Imagine Dwayne,
Dwayne Wade. Oh man.
and,
Now,
and Mike Tyson. Imagine those two.
oh yeah, sorry, yeah. Carlos was just kidding on that, but that's basically He was talking about the transformer in the video that I showed. He looks he basically looks like Carl Lewis, but in a wig. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
literally what. Yeah, that's I'm like I said, if I see that walking, like I was just in Atlanta, so the other week, so if I see that and I saw some interesting characters because I happened to be walking down. I was at maybe I shouldn't say the venue's name, but I was in West Side Atlanta walking to a Kroger's to get some ice for the bartender. And I saw some interesting characters around some of these spots. And luckily I didn't run into no transformers like I did last time when I was in Atlanta. But I'm telling you, if I see that anywhere, I will be scared because you don't like you're dealing with a mentally ill person with testosterone and he has a wig on. So
yeah,
you already know. So whatever he's gonna do, he's probably gonna get away with it. So you're just
yes,
like, I don't even want to be near that. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Yeah,
so
this is gonna come off as very pausish, but imagine this person catching the midnight, like beating the living hell out of you. Meanwhile, get getting getting rock solid.
oh yikes. Oh man. But you know how it used to be because it actually used to be the reverse. So like it would be like somebody like that on the streets, right?
Mhm. Yeah,
And it would be straight dudes that would actually be, oh, I see one of those transformers, get him. And unfortunately, people like that would get actually beat up. It would be actually the opposite back,
yeah,
back then. I remember, Corey Holcomb. I'll say this: Corey Holcomb made a cold-blooded joke. He said, like, he was talking about Transformers, how they would get beat up in Chicago and whatnot. And he said, look, y'all, y'all Transformers, y'all got to stop playing. I done heard y'all ninjas and your real voice come out. Please, ninja, stop. And I was like, oh,
you already know how they sound like
yo,
desperately. Wait,
yo,
wait, wait.
yo, that is cold-blooded. When he said that, I said, I done heard y'all ninjas when y'all got beat up. I was like, oh man, crazy. Only Corey Holcomb would say something like that. That was crazy. But I'll say this: I've seen similar. I've seen similar when it wasn't too long ago, like in the early 2000s, when you see one of those people, they got chased by those punk little kids in the neighborhood that was just going after people, and then you see one of those uh oddly dressed looking men dressed as women, and they got chased. And like I said, when you're in distress, that's when your real voice comes out. So
Mhm.
I've seen similar. I've seen similar on unfortunately, but now it's like now it's the pendulum is all the way to the left, all the way to the left right now, you know. But I want to focus on something that Riley Gaines had said here.
Banning trans athletes. No one is being banned. That's entirely fear mongering. Just compete where is safe, number one, and fair, number two, and that's with your biological sex. The reasons I believe that a third category wouldn't suffice is because it would be a category where you still very much have males competing against females.
A lot of the trans people say, well,
So I would agree with her on that because people say that there should be a third category. That doesn't work. Just have in a normal world, you would just have, if the man is trying to transform into a woman, just still have that person compete with the males in a normal world. But they're just like, oh, we just, I'm a woman now, so I let me just be with the woman. And then I'm like, you know what? Let's not, since we want equality, let's not stop there. Why don't we just allow them in the women's prison? Right? And they've already done that, and we've already seen the the results of that. So
Yeah.
like I said, that's
You already know women in prison aren't getting sausage enough, so they're gonna eventually take advantage of that.
yeah. So I don't know why in what world they thought that was gonna work. So I'll say this. So shout out to Amala for having, I guess, Riley Gaines on here and putting her in a light where I can agree. But there's something that I saw. Let me hold on. Let me put it on something else before I switch it. So Amala actually had a video that I saw this morning because I'm not subscribed to her channel. I don't have, but I saw something pop up, which was interesting to me. And I don't think I'm gonna play the full video, even though it's about 20 minutes long or whatever. I don't know, but let's see. I saw the caption of the video. So right here, I don't know if you can see this. So the caption says the hating white people to dating white people pipeline. Now that I found interesting. So what she's going to aim at,
who happens to be a white,
she's going to talk about where you have you have these black activists, right? The so-called Black Lesbians Matters people, the so-called pro-blacks, do all that time, all that talking about how white people are evil, but meanwhile they're dating them and husbands and wives, and they are married to them, but they're talking crazy about you. So I love the title of this. It says the hating white people to dating white people pipeline. This is something that is interesting to me.
That's
This
true.
is something that should be talked about. So let's hear what she has to say, because I haven't watched the video yet, but I saw the title and I was like, oh, let me save this. I'm gonna save this for the show. So let me put the speed at 1.5. I think, I don't know. Let me see how fast it goes.
So Don Lemon was recently confronted with some.
Okay, that's too fast. Let's do 1.25. And I like how she brought up Don Lemon first, because remember when Don Lemon had said, so he was saying like white men are the most dangerous people in the world, but meanwhile your husband is a white man. you just you getting bent over by a white man, and you're a black man at that, and you're talking about white people.
Talk about getting F by a white man again.
And you're literally getting oh man, you can't make this stuff up.
So Don Lemon was recently confronted with some racist comments that he made towards white men, and he was then asked, why are you married to a white man? And it got me thinking, there are so many radical left-leaning activists out there that claim that white people cause all of their problems, that they are the oppressors, that they're this horrible force on society, yet they're dating and or married to white people. You know what they say?
So that I picked up on early on, like especially when I was in college. I would say, or I remember particularly in 2017, 2018, I was really picking up on where you have these so-called pro-black women, right? And they would be all pro this and white people are the devil. And then you find out that their boyfriends are Brads, not even Chads, Brads. They will all have like Brad boyfriends. And you're just like, huh? They'll have white husbands. They'll have white sugar daddies. You're just like, whoa, 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 whoa. Time out, time out. What is this? And these be the loudest people. When you look at the people in the Black Lesbians Matters movement, most of those or you'll have a lot of those black women that are lesbians, and they'll have white girlfriends and white wives even, and you're just like, whoa, what's
Yeah.
going on? What's
Like
with
you're
this?
saying, like you're saying, like weren't you just racist a few moments ago?
But even I'll say this, even worse, you'll have it'll be like, say, it'll be a black man dating or marrying a white woman, and those
Mhm.
same women that are thirsting over white dudes will go out of their way to call you a sellout and this and that, and then you look at their Twitter and it's just them thirsting over white dudes. Like it's been so many women getting exposed on Twitter. It'll be
Yeah,
like it's been a lot of people getting exposed on Twitter lately, where basically it'll be like a black woman dissing a black man for dating another race, and then they'll find like old tweets that she made like 10 years ago, and the tweets will literally be like, I need a white guy in my life. I can't wait to be with a white guy. I'd be thirsty heavy for white guys. Their tweets would literally say that. So this is an interesting concept. This is a very interesting concept where I'm seeing, even on Twitter or on social media, where it's like a competition between black men and black women, where it's a competition between black men and black women, who can get get more white spouses, the black men or black women, and they're like competing against each other, who can attract white people the most, but yet they be the most so pro black. It's the most perplexing thing that
yeah,
I've witnessed. It's the most perplexing thing. I'm like, look, even if you don't prefer black women, I'm like, does it have to be straight to white women? Do you want why don't you try Asian, or why don't you try
yeah. You mix it up,
Latina?
mix it up a little bit. Mix it up.
Mix it up a little bit, or if you're a black woman, why don't you try, okay, maybe not, if you don't like black men, why don't you try a Latino man or an Asian man or something like that? But it's like they just it's almost like a war. It's a war between black men and black women on who can attract white people the most. And these are and at the same time, they act like they're the most pro black people, but really they're just competing for white people's attention. And
Yeah,
it's perplexing. It's perplexing because these were the same people that be talking about that'll say Umar Johnson is a genius and all,
yeah,
all this
yeah,
nonsense, reposting all the pro black stuff on their feed, and then meanwhile I look at their kid and I'm like, that's an interesting mix of kid you got there. What what kind of spouse you got? And then you look at their spouse, you're like, oh,
yeah.
okay. It's weird because they'll be the loudest.
Hmm.
I'm talking about, they be the loudest.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile they have they have a white spouse. But anyway, I'm gonna let her continue on that.
They say activists in the streets. Hold on. Oh, you know what they say? Activist in the streets, colonizer in the sheets. Let's talk about it.
Oh, I guess this the music. You see the music is kind of let's replay the music, but in normal time. Let's put
Why
it
you have to
in
do this
normal.
to me? Why do you have to do this to me?
it it sounds like some Disney Channel type,
Colonizer
like early 2000s Disney Channel type beat.
in the
Yeah.
sheets. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, that sounds like some some early 2000s Disney Channel.
And I
That-
heard it,
that's-
and I think I heard it. I heard it on other channels as well. Probably that's why I didn't like it that much. I started blocking those channels.
Guys, before we get into this video, please like and subscribe. This one's going to be an interesting message because I've been recognizing a pattern with these radical activists, as I said before. But before we get into recognizing that pattern and breaking it down, let's watch the most recent Don Lemon clip that led to this realization.
So this, I mean, it's kind of an obnoxious Twitter handle, but it's End Wokeness. Tweeted something that said, the biggest threat to America is white men. And you said this was a long time ago.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And then they put that right next to you,
my husband,
with your husband, who happens to be a white man walking down some stairs, and then it said like Don Lemon back in whatever year.
I'm so glad. Is this a last question? But it doesn't have to be. But I'm glad that you asked me that question because it,
gives you the opportunity to address it.
No, it's not the opportunity to address it. It's yes, but it proves what I said about internet brain and dunking on people and people wanting to sort of have their own biases reconfirmed.
Okay, before we let Don Lemon respond, let's roll the clip of him saying that white men are the biggest threat in this country.
The biggest terror threat in this country is.
Carlos X said that the music kind of sound like the Moesha the Moesha intro song. Mo to the E. Mo to the E to the yeah, that it does sound like that. Yeah. People, people are very nostalgic, so maybe that's why she has that as her thing. People forget, like, women really liked those Disney Channel shows like Hannah Montana, right? What else? That's So Raven, right? The old movies from the Disney Channel, the High School Musical, Jump In, iCarly. What else? Oh, what's the another show that was on Nickelodeon? Victoria Justice, right?
Yeah.
I forgot what that show was called. It's like Victorious. That's what it was called. Victorious. What else? Another one.
I don't remember the twins. I don't.
Oh, sister. Moesha, right? Oh, the Parkers from the early 2000s, late 90s.
Jake and Josh.
On BET, Drake and Josh on Nickelodeon. Yeah, so people are very nostalgic. Like, they'll hear certain songs that are very nostalgic, so people still pick up on these patterns and those beats. You know what I mean? Those old Timberland, the old Timberland type beats that he'll make for Nelly Furtado in these people. So yeah, people really still like those kind of Timberland like beats. Aaliyah type beats, Missy Elliott. Yeah, Missy Elliott. That's what I'm thinking of. Those Missy Elliott Timberland type beats. People still like those kind of sounding type beats.
White men.
Now, let's get back to it.
What I said, but we were talking in the context of, I think it was around the time that Christopher Wray was testifying in front of Congress, or around that time.
Now, by the way, Amala, even though I'm giving her praise now, she is a red flag to me. The reason why is because one of the first videos I ever seen of Amala, I see that tattoo sleeve on her left, on her left arm. I was like, oh, damn it. I was like, all right, it is. Look, man, it is what it is. It is what it is. Like, it's almost the first time I remember when Real Femme Sapien started going viral for some weird reason, and then I was like, okay, let me check who this chick out, and I'm like, then she's like, oh yeah, I'm former military chick, and I was like, oh, here we go. That's exactly. Yep. That's a red flag right there. And then I saw her tattoos, and I was like, damn, is there any? It's like most, but like I said, like, they show that most millennial and most Gen Z women, they have tattoos.
Yeah,
they want to they want to be they think they're sailors from One Piece. they think they're pirates. they want to be pirates nowadays. So that's their decision.
And we're talking about terrorism. And the biggest threat was not foreign terrorism. It was domestic terrorism. And that domestic terrorism is done by radicalized right-wing males.
Well, you said white men.
I said white men, and I said mostly radicalized to the right. Yeah. And then the FBI director said the exact same thing. So I don't understand why people don't understand that. I don't get it. I didn't say all white men were the biggest terror threat.
I suppose to a lot of people, now correct me if I'm wrong here, would say that if you flipped that the other way around, that would be like hate speech, that would be this, that would be that. What do you?
Yes, because if a white person went on, I'm talking about in 2024, if a white person went on CNN and said all black men, like if he said black men are the biggest, he literally said white men were the biggest threats, or sorry, the biggest terrorists. If somebody came on and said black men are the biggest terrorists to America, that person would be fired. So
yeah,
Yes. So yes.
You say to
Well, I don't
people that
know.
would
I
say
think
that.
if
Oh,
if
sorry.
you mean
Oh, my bad. Say what were you gonna say, Pyro?
And like, I think black woman B Dubs would completely agree with him.
Oh man, that's unfortunately that's true. They'll be on Twitter talking crazy about us if that if somebody said that. Carlos X said I loathed Missy Elliott. Oh man. Carlos X said they think it makes them look special, but it makes them look like NPCs. So let me see something real quick. Let me play.
I mean, if there were black men, if black men were creating the, were the biggest purveyors of domestic terrorism, then okay, that would be the facts. Those are facts. I don't understand why, especially I didn't hear. I do a little, but not as much. I don't hear white women getting upset about that. I don't hear black women or black men. They all go, yeah, well, that's true. White guys get mad, but it's the truth.
I thought that tweet was.
But if you're saying something about white men, of course they're gonna get mad. That's like that's like saying, well, I said something about black men, and white men didn't get mad. Well, of course, because you're not talking about them. That was kind of that's kind of a terrible point to make, but we'll continue.
Is a little bit kind of just like clearly trying to slam dunk you.
But it's also like, again, it's gotcha. But
that one was a gotcha. I would agree that one was a gotcha.
But again,
okay, interesting. Well, now we have a biracial woman calling you out, Don Lemon. So I don't know what you make of that. I'm half white, half black. So maybe we strike both of those categories, and you're not in fact correct in saying that. Let's talk about the idea of a slam dunk moment, of course, which is what they were accusing this guy of doing on Twitter. And I can sort of see that he posted the thing on the internet to sort of say, haha, Don Lemon, in your face, you made this statement, and here's how you truly live your life. But what was Don Lemon doing with the statement about white men being the biggest threat to the United States? Was he truly trying to give you an
no
travel ban? Let's fast forward because I saw some interesting stuff. So now she's pulling up all the celebrities now that be saying crazy stuff about white people, but then be having white spouses.
And on them, there's no ban on, they have the Muslim ban. There is no white guy ban.
So we already got Don Lemon making these comments about white people married to a white man. What about AOC making these comments about white people?
I was about to say AOC. That was one of that's definitely one of the bigger ones because I was shocked about that. I'm just like, wait, but didn't AOC also say that she was like a lesbianist person too? So
yes.
So that was interesting.
When she saw that guy, she's singing like Mr. Piss a lot. I changed my mind. I want a white guy.
I'm telling you, boy, man. I'll be trying to tell particularly black dudes. Black dudes be surprised when they see certain particularly black women, but AOC is not black. She's Latina, right?
Mm-hmm.
So not AOC, but they'll be shocked like when they see other black women with white men. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they bought it. Maybe they bought the pro black sauce. But I'm like, guys, when it comes to women, women are not loyal to race. I've been trying to beat. Well, I've been trying to push this home for a while. And shout out to Red Pill Luffy on Twitter. He's been one of the main pushers of saying, like, guys, remember this. They're not like, because it was people trying to shame Just Pearly for being a mud shark. And I guess they were trying to use that as a diss on her. But I'm like, guys, women aren't loyal to race. They're just loyal to whoever's the dominant person. Whoever's the person giving them the more opportunity financially, most of the time financially, those are the people that they're loyal to. It's not about race. They're not loyal to that race thing. That's especially in 2024. Like, so if you see like, so that's why like if you see like you'll see like pro black dudes. They'd be like, why are you with this white man? And they'd be about to cry. they'd be about to cry when they see that. And I'm like, guys, that's not You know, now I'll say this: where I live, and maybe because there's mainly white people where I live, it's
Mm-hmm.
pretty. It's not uncommon. I'm not gonna say it's common. I'm saying it's not uncommon to see a black woman with a white man, or vice versa, a black man with a white woman. Right?
Yeah.
It's pretty, and I'll say this: most of the couples that I see that are procreating at mass, the people that I see that are procreating at mass, is mostly black men, white women. Outside of
Yeah.
the Latinos, and the
And
in the in the Indians, these people, black men and white women, are procreating at mass. And then
mm-hmm.
second, I would say the rare couples, because you don't see a lot of like black women, white men, but the few that you do see, they're procreating too. But I'm talking about at mass, it's the mixed couples that are procreating the most, for the most part. That's what I'm seeing. So
Yeah.
it's too late to be all like, oh man, you got to be loyal to this race. Like that, those days are over. So any black men that are still like, I'll still see black men talking about, I'm still gonna find my queen. I'm like, you might want to try for something else, man. You might
Yeah.
you might you might want to do something else, because the more that you wait, unless if you don't mind being the 30-year-old plus guy with a 20-year-old, and you already know what's going to come with that. If you are a 30-year-old black man and you date any woman that's under 30, they're going to call you a pedophile. So just remember that. Just remember that. So you take that into account. So any woman, if you're a black man and you're 30 and you're looking for a woman around your age, another black woman that's around your age to be single, prepare to be a stepdad. That's all I could tell you.
Yeah.
At that age, around
Yeah.
30, you're looking for another black woman at that age, and you're just expecting her to be childless. I got news for you, bro. I got news for you. So you might as well, you better change up that strategy. You're gonna have to change up the strategy if you want kids of your own.
Married / I guess engaged to a white man, Kamala Harris, making these comments about white people.
And like I said, it's like rich, like they're and not only it's not like a regular white dude, it's like a real rich white dudes that they'll be marrying, or really rich or wealthy, prominent Caucasian men of power, the same men that you criticize, but you're sleeping with. It's one of those things.
Married to a white man, Ilhan Omar, making comments about white people.
Yeah, that one was shocking to me. When I found out about her, because the stuff that she'll say, and then I found out who her husband is, I was like, what?
Who is she? Who is she?
Oh, Ilhan Omar. You don't know about her?
Is she the girl with the with the hijab?
Exactly.
Ah,
let me bring up a clearer picture of her. Ilhan Omar, United States Representative. This girl right here. I know you've seen. Yeah. So yeah, she probably shocked me the most outside of AOC.
I've noticed her when when a Republican dude was talking on the stage, and she was like licking her lips when he's talking.
Yeah, because like the most pro-black women that I've been seeing, they like white guys. They like really like them. So that's always been the interesting conundrum for me, because they'll be like the most pro-black, but then they really have a thing for white guys, whether you want to delve it up to fetish or preference. They like white guys. Like they're like, so you know how the joke was back in the day, the most, the pro-black dudes that be the loudest, and they secretly like white guys, but it's pretty out in the open when it comes to black women. It's not even, they can't even hide it. Black men, they'll try their hardest. They'll try their hardest, and then they'll be like, like now people are finding out that like Martin Luther King was smashing white hoes, on the side. Like now they're finding that out.
Mhm.
When he was on the road, he was smashing white hoes, and then he had his family. He had his his black family back at home, but when he was on the road, he was smashing white hoes. That was a lot of civil rights leaders. That's what a lot of them were doing during
Mhm.
that time. So people are now finding this stuff out, and they're just like, how? you know you always got to be wary of the people that are villainizing a certain group,
Yeah.
just like at all costs. You always got to take that with a grain of salt. You got to be like, okay, why are you so much on their neck about this? And you gotta wonder what's behind that. So yeah, that's just things that you gotta pay attention to. you know But yeah, I'll say Ilhan Omar and
Mhm.
AOC, when I found out they had white spouses, or particularly when AOC, when she got engaged, and I found out it was to like a wealthy uh developer, white CEO type dude. I'm like, oh. Now, that was shocking. That was shocking to me. AOC and Ilhan, because the stuff that they'll say is actually pretty racist, but you know
Yeah. Yeah. I've heard what they say, and in my mind, how could they hate these guys so much? And then it clicks in my head. Yeah, yeah. They probably love white guys. They probably love white guys.
yeah, that's usually how it works. But Carlos X says, such a weird diss, liberals being racist to this do you mean I think Carlos X is talking about Just Pearly, but it's mostly like what happened with Just Pearly is there's a lot of things you can actually attack Just Pearly things for, but particularly what the white female conservatives do is because they know what's going to trigger white conservative men, so they show they show like they show like a collage of pictures of her with her ex black boyfriend. So they show like a collage of these pictures where they were together and they were happy, and then they basically were posted like, wow, she looks happy in here. But basically they're just trying to trigger white conservative men so they cannot listen to Just Pearly, what she has to say about 304s in general.
Talk
Yeah,
about just
yeah.
per. Talk
Yeah,
about
yeah.
just per.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
it's
when I was in
mostly
Doug MPA's stream, she literally popped up in the stream. Literally her channel, official channel.
she does do that. Like she'll pop up on random people's channels like with her official thing. I don't like, yeah, like she be watching us, bro. She be watching people, and then she repeats the points that she hears. You
Hmm.
know,
She
um,
getting the information.
you know what I mean. That's what she do. She repeats the stuff. She's gonna repeat everything that Doug MPA said in that same stream. She'd be like, I just came up on some information without giving Doug MPA any. I hope she gives Doug MPA. Hopefully she gives Doug MPA credit for where she
Yeah.
gets the information from. The problem
Hmm.
I have with Pearly is she seems to just repeat the information, but she doesn't even know how to back it up.
Yeah.
And she doesn't, and a lot of times she won't even give credit unless if the guy is famous enough. You know what
Hmm.
I mean? So like she comes across, she's like not a genuine. I don't consider her a genuine representative of the RP. And I said this the other day on one of my live streams. I said this the other day. I think Just Pearly is a lesbian, but I can't prove it. I can't prove it. This is a theory that this was a theory from a black woman, mind you, but it made sense. It made sense. I
I
think
mean,
Just Pearly, I think she is sexually attracted to women, but she hates women. Just she gets frustrated with women just like the rest of the men. And
oh,
I think she's frustrated that she's not sexually attracted to men that she is to women, but she really can't deal with women the way they are right now. So she can look at them in an objective lens and really look at them and be like, damn, bitches is that's why she goes overkill, in my opinion. When
Oh,
she'll just outright say she'll just outright say men are just better people than women on her Twitter thing. Like she goes like way too hard to where it's like, okay, you're clearly compensating for something. And on top of that, she is a female athlete. And you know, a lot of
yeah.
female athletes, particularly if you're talking about former volleyball and basketball players, but particularly basketball players, but she's a volleyball player. Women like
She's
her, she's
masculine.
probably she's definitely, yeah, she definitely comes across as masculine, and I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure she has had an experience with a woman. I'm gonna
She's in
lean towards that.
She, I think she's in the like the denial. Like she just hates becoming down the F word. Like
Yeah,
why do I have to like these Fs?
yeah.
I think it's that. That's why she's breaking out on Twitter.
Now, when it comes to when I talk about lesbians, right? I also believe that lesbians are not most lesbians aren't full on lesbians, right?
Oh, eggplant
So
widows.
so 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 Carl's ex mentioned right here. He said when you see her around Myron, she swoons, but she also kinds of swoons around Icy from Fresh and Fit. Wow. Now I didn't notice that. Now Icy, that's another girl on the Fresh and Fit panel. She's like kind of part of the Fresh and Fit team. She's a single mom that's on the Fresh and Fit panel. Like I think she works for the Fresh and Fit people. And
Hmm.
I already know when I hear Icy Ice talk, I already know she's messed with women. I know she's messed with women. She don't even have to say it. I know she's messed with women. So like Icy, when I heard her talk, I'm like, yeah, this is a woman that even though she has like 3 kids, but she's like one of those like lesbians that I could tell like she's a lesbian now, but she has 3 kids by like 2 different dudes. Like I don't know if she has different baby daddies, but she's a single mom that has like multiple kids. So she's like Icy is definitely bi. Icy's definitely bi. So I can see a Just Pearly being attracted to a woman like that for some
Yeah.
weird reason.
Hmm.
So yeah, I could so like a woman like Just Pearly, she can't do average dude. No. She like her, that's out of the question. So she's always going to flirt hard when it's a man of status, a man that's her height or taller, because Just Pearly is tall. She's like 6 feet tall, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken, or she's 5'11" or 6 feet tall. So that's tall for a woman. So when she's around, like I've seen her around certain men where she swoons over them, but that's only like certain men. That's like so that's only like certain ninjas, right? Because she is a mud shark. So if she meets like a dude of a certain status, that's a certain height, and he's black, she's gonna let her guard down and show choosing signals. But she's not in terms of a regular dude. No, it's either
Mhm.
for her.
Cheddar.
It's no, I don't even think it's chat. I think it's for her. It's Tyrone or bus. I think for Just Pearly, it's Tyrone or bus. And
Hmm.
Myron kind of counts because he is African, right?
Hmm.
He does have African roots. So like I said, it's like for Just Pearly, she's attracted to Tyrone, and since she is in the UK, she's attracted to Africans, and I'm pretty sure Jamaicans and Trinidad, the Trinidadians that are over there. So because she is in the UK, so she's attracted to those type of like the Stormzy types, right?
Yeah.
these people. She's even if he's not of status in terms of money, she's attracted to those kind of guys, right? So for her, it's Tyrone or Mandem, right? Or bust. That's Just Pearly. Like she'll take a street ninja, but we're gonna call the street ninjas from the UK Mandem. All right, it's either
Yeah.
Tyrone, Mandem, or bust for her. For her specifically. it has to be that, you know. So just Pearly is a she's an she's an interesting case. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and
So
and the thing
Carlos,
is, the thing is, Chris, she I think she has the worst genetic jack like jackpot pot of all time because she's tall. She doesn't look that fit. She's a
yeah.
redhead, I think, and her voice does sound very guy like, man like. So
Yeah,
I
here's
can't
the
work
thing.
with
You know when women say that, like, or obese women say that they're boned, right?
that.
That's why they can't lose weight. Just Pearly actually fits in that description. She's big. She's a big boned woman. She's big boned, right? So I think no matter how much weight she loses, she's just a big woman.
Yes.
She's a naturally big woman. So she's a tall woman. So she's going to, like, in her case, she can't do a small dude. Like in her case, she can't do it because
Yeah.
it's just in her. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she's a big boned woman because she's not fat, but the way her body type is, she's a big
Hmm.
boned woman.
Yeah.
You know, and she's a redhead, and she's 27 and she already looks 40.
Oh.
So you know, it's yeah, her genetics, oof, you know, she definitely takes over. You know, I don't know what her dad looks like, but I'm pretty sure her I'm gonna guess that her dad is a tall ginger. That's all I'm gonna guess. I'm pretty sure her dad is a
I mean,
tall,
if
bald, probably ginger. I don't know.
yeah, yeah, if she was a he, he would have done he would have got away with plenty things.
Yeah.
But unfortunately,
Mhm.
genetic didn't went in her
Yeah, her
favor.
her most her dad, her whoever her dad is, the genetics went to her.
Yes.
You know, that's definitely her case in my opinion. But that's that's just Pearly, and it is what it is. But I don't like her as the representative because when
Mhm.
most of the normies, when they say, "Oh, the red pill is bad," they're talking about, usually they're talking about just Pearly, Andrew Tate, and Fresh and Fit. That's usually what
Yeah,
they're talking about.
the famous ones.
That's what they think that the red pill is, and so that's why I tend to not promote these people, because I don't
Hmm.
want people thinking that I don't want, if a young man asks me who should I listen to, Fresh and Fit is definitely, and Just Pearly and Andrew Tate are definitely not my to go people to recommend to young men.
Yeah.
Definitely not. But that's just my opinion. That's my opinion on
White
it.
people married to a white man. Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Oh yeah, well, that didn't shock me, to be honest with me, to be honest with you, that didn't shock me when I found out
Hmm.
the Kentanji Brown has a surgeon, older white dude as a husband. That didn't shock me, actually.
Jackson making comments about white people, supporting critical race theory, married to a white man. The list goes on and on and on. And oftentimes I'll see these videos of these woke individuals.
Man, why does she have that tattoo, bro? It's like a snake dragon thing that she got. I don't know why.
Snake, snake. Yeah, you could already know. I wouldn't trust her if I agree with everything she says. That like if a person like tells me what I want to hear every single time, and I don't disagree agree with them once, yeah, I'm gonna find something off about that person, to tell you the truth. You probably won't agree with me, but you probably will see what I'm saying.
Now like, for me, you can't, to me, the reason why I gravitate to a Corey Holcomb or a DJ Star. I wish people could see, because I know people know about Corey Holcomb. I know people know about um Undead Chronic on this channel, right?
Yeah,
But people don't
yeah. I
really
follow him
know
for like
about
years.
Star Report. He's not part of the Manosphere, obviously, but I wish people could watch the Star Report, or just DJ Star Terrain himself and his mentality. I think if people watch him, people will understand what I'm coming from when I analyze people, right? So I'm not necessarily looking for people that I completely agree with. I can't be the smartest person in the room. I need somebody to challenge my viewpoints. And it's
Yes.
because of people like Corey Holcomb in Star Report that have challenged how I thought about certain things.
Mm-hmm.
This is where, like, there's a lot of things that Corey Holcomb has said. I'm like, man, that boy crazy, but he's funny. So I would just watch him, right? But
Yeah.
then I realized, you know what? I didn't think about it this way. He might be right here. Or I remember Star Report, right? Watching Star Report, and he was objectively looking at the Tory Lanez case. And I was so optimistic that he wasn't going to be found guilty because I was like, this is nonsense. Look at the proof is actually pointing to Kelsey, right? But Star was looking at the case objective. He's like, nah, he's in California. He's gonna hit the clink. And I wanted to reject that opinion so bad, even though I love Star. But I was just like, why would he say that? But he was right. He was just trying to say, bro, you in California. If they catch you with a gun, you're toast. You're
Mm-hmm.
toast. So that's what it is. That's what he was. So guys like that, I watch them because I know they might put something different out there that'll be like, I ain't feeling that. But I will get I want to give people the chance so they can be proven right. I don't want to be like, I disagree. I don't care if they're right or not. I want to give people the chance to be right on certain, especially if it's not on a make or break thing. If it's on something like, even if something trivial, right? Like, say if I met somebody like an Undead Chronic when I was like 14 or 15 years old, I would think Undead Chronic is a racist. Now
Really?
he has said, but even though he has said that he is a racist, right? But he says it jokingly, right? But
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't fuck with a Chronic, right? If I was 15 or 16 years old, because I'll be hearing some of the stuff you say, and I'll be like, oh. But as you grow older,
Yeah.
and you see what the reality is, you're seeing the reality in real time. You're just like, oh, I think I'm being too sensitive.
Yeah.
Let's see what is the bigger message that he's saying, instead of just pinpointing on that one thing that offended me. Let me look at the bigger picture. What is he saying in the bigger picture? And so these are the people I tend to, gravitate to. Somebody that can actually challenge what I'm saying, because then I end up finding out certain things that end up saving my life in the
Yeah.
future. Literally saving my life in the future. So these are the things that people got to understand. You can't always be in an echo chamber. You can't.
Chris,
Or you're gonna mess yourself up.
Chris,
Oh yeah, what's up?
if you want to hear the full truth, I think I followed Underground like when I was 14. I don't. It must be 14 or 15 when I followed him. If he was on YouTube at that time.
Like I was in college during that
Yeah.
time, and I
Mm-hmm.
was hearing him say like wild stuff, what I thought was wild at the time. But as
Yeah.
as you grow older, especially when I went into the workforce, like I'll say this, Mesh. I will say this, like going into college and seeing what things were really like, I really had to like look back at like these Patrice O'Neal stuff, and I was like, man, everything he said, he wasn't even joking. Those
Yeah.
weren't even jokes. Like I was just like, those, like Patrice O'Neal, those weren't jokes, guys. That's real life. Everything that he said was real life. I consider Patrice O'Neal, he's basically the John the Baptist of our time. I don't know if that's the only analogy I can make. He's the John the Baptist of the time. So he sounds like people gravitate to him because he's great with words. So
Mm-hmm.
people found Patrice O'Neal funny. So even though he was saying the truth, or he'll say something about women, the woman didn't even care. right? It's because he was funny. So people gravitated to John the Baptist because he was a gifted speaker. He would baptize people and whatnot. But everything that he was saying was the truth. So, and people didn't really give John the Baptist his props until he died. So that's what ended up happening to Patrice O'Neal. So when after Patrice passed away, and it's like after Patrice passed away, people started to realize, oh, holy shit, everything that he's saying is like, it's like it's almost like a survival. Like if you want to survive certain environments, if you want to survive a relationship, if you want to survive not being heartbroken, right? If you want to survive not getting destroyed, basically it's to the point where any young man that's looking for advice when it comes to dating, you have to reference Patrice O'Neal, even though he's a comedian. Even though he's a comedian, you have to be like, actually, I think you have to listen to Patrice O'Neal if you want to survive out here. So, these are the things that you end up realizing, especially like when I was in college. That's when I was like, damn, I don't think I gave Patrice O'Neal the props that I thought, because I just considered him to be a very, like a GOAT level comedian, right? Just a very funny comic that every comedian respects. You know what I mean? Same thing about Corey Holcomb. Corey Holcomb, the ultimate hood ninja comic. That's how I thought of Corey. But these guys are literally it's real life what they're saying, and but at the end of the day, they are comedians. So
individuals talking about how much they hate white people, how white people have been the bane of their existence, they've caused so much problems in their lives, they're responsible for all the ills that we face in society. You do a little bit of digging into their profile and find that they are dating white people. Here's an example.
Okay, this isn't like full towards you. I just see a lot of comments like this.
Yeah, so she looks like she dates white people. Right?
Yeah.
Like that's not like, for me, I could like, now I can like identify certain people. I'll be like, oh, she dates white dudes. Right. So it's interesting. So somebody here says, I don't blame you for not trusting white people. I'm white and I don't even trust other white people. So this is a pandering white person trying to comment to her. And I'm pretty sure in this video, she's probably going to reveal to the public that she has a white boyfriend or a white girlfriend.
And this was the most recent one, so I'm just responding to this one. When white people say like this, it isn't the serve they think it is. Like, you're a part of the problem, fix your people, bro. Like when white people are like, I'm white and white people do suck. Yeah, you're probably.
So here you have her. she's bashing her own panderer. So she's going overkill with the I hate white people type shtick. But I'm pretty sure somebody did the research on her and probably exposed her. So let's let
a part of those said white people, so do something about it. Also, I hate when white people try to validate me. Like, they're literally like, I'm white, but I agree. Bro, I don't know if you noticed, but I don't need validation from white people. Like, that's the last thing I need in my life. Like, I feel like white people always try, but they miss. Like, and I feel bad for y'all. Not that bad, though, because your ancestors suck.
So when she's going overkill like this, I'm like, this is where now when I hear black women do stuff like that, that's when my antennas go up. I'm like, okay, this is a little bit too much overkill, because I done heard plenty of black women that really don't mess with white people like that. Like I'm talking about, they don't even talk to white people like that. I know black women like this, but they don't do that. They just go about their business. And this is the stuff that you end up finding out. Like, when a woman, like, when women say that they're happily single, the ones that are actually happily single, they don't say that they're happily single. They just are. The ones that they say that they're happily single, they're actually the most miserable people. That's kind of how, things like this work.
And you're stinky and evil, but bad enough where I want to call you out and tell you not to leave comments like this because it's crusty. Anyways, for all the bleach demons willing to learn, I see you. You're not as bad as the rest.
So she's calling white people bleach demons, bro. So now if a white person says
dirt demon,
she's gonna have a conniption.
All right, your ancestors suck. You are stinky, and I believe she just referred to white people as bleach demons. But let's run the next clip of her boyfriend.
Time moves slow like a snail on the track.
You
And
cannot
she,
make stuff up.
his
This took
teeth thick.
the next clip. It didn't even take. It didn't even take much. Look who her boyfriend is. A Chad. Actually, if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken, this looks like a Chad.
Every word I spit, making heads nod back. My beat so smooth, they calm your mind. Thoughts
Okay.
unwind.
And low key, this is that is one of those. That's not even like it's not even. That's not that to me. What it looks like. That's not even like. That's not. I don't even think that's a Chad. That's one of those white dudes that thinks. That's like one of those Travis Kelsey type dudes. Meaning, like it'll be one of those white dudes that have like a black type hairstyle. It's not that they're trying to be black, but they tend to. He's a John B. Do you know the artist John B, right?
John
John
D.
B,
I've heard about him.
the white R&B artist, John B. So he's a John B type. That doesn't mean he's like a it's not like it's not an imitation. It's just that's just, it's almost like
Mac
how
Miller.
like not necessarily Mac Miller. Let me give you an example. So this is the same type of black woman that'll be like, oh man, I don't like white people, but they'll have a white boyfriend, but the white boyfriend won't even be like a Goldilocks type dude, like
Yeah.
just opposite. It'll be a white dude that kind of acts black. And you're just like he's one of those. I can tell that's one of those white dudes. He's not like he's a John. He's I don't he's a Robin Thicke type. How about that? He's a Robin Thicke type. This is a Robin Thicke type white dude. So that will be the irony. Or like how like it'll be like a black person. Oh man, it'll be like it'll be a black man that says, "Oh man, I can't date black women," but then their white girlfriend is literally white trash. Meaning, it's like his white girlfriend acts like the black girls that he says he hates. It's one of the, so this is, I guess this would be the reverse gender version of that.
Every word I spit, making heads nod back.
So right here, when I'm
They calm your
I was trying to pause it right at his face because I was trying to let me see if I can pause it right.
heads nod back.
So yeah, a guy like that is a Robin Thicke type where you're looking at him, you're like, is he white? No, that's a white dude. That's a white dude. But the way he's lined up, you see the way he's fished.
So you're saying he like is that like what is his name again? Like Robin Pop something.
Robin Thicke. Robin
Thicke. Is he the guy who sings like What's Poppin'?
Yes.
Oh yes, yeah, yeah.
This
No,
guy.
I know who he is. Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna give you examples right here. Because I remember there was another magazine. It was a magazine that showed one of the white dudes that a black girl married. I'm like, yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. But I forgot what that actress's name is. So I'll just only bring up two examples. Robin Thicke. So these. Oh, hold on. So right here. You know what I mean? Guys like that only date black women, So that would be funny to me. Or let me bring up another. John B. So John B. I'll say this. John B got some cuts though. John B got cuts. Like he has real hits. That is a really good artist. So these like so those will be like the the more perplexing type. Because like me, I always say this: if you're gonna get a white partner, you need to go all the way. You need to that person needs to be straight from the suburbs.
Yes.
Straight cookie cutter with the cargo pants and everything. The rich the with the vest, the sweater, the private school sweater and the loafers. He or she needs to be all the way. If you're a black man picking a white girl, she better be
a Becky, like a strong Becky,
like a real Becky, not no white trash girl missing 2 teeth.
Yeah. No mud sharks.
No mud sharks. No mud exactly. No mud sharks. No Whoa Vicky and bad Babby types. Nope.
Yes.
Nope.
No.
That don't count. If you're gonna get a white girl, you need to get a white girl. Or if you're gonna get a
Mhm.
white dude, you need to get a white guy. Like a real how do I say this? What is the whitest guy that I know? Do you know Kirk Cousins from the Minnesota Vikings? The
Yes.
NFL quarterback? So
I
yeah,
think I know that is. Yeah, I've heard that name before. When people start laughing.
exactly. So I need this right here. This is what I need to see you with this. Not John B. I need this. This right here. That is as white as you can get. Right?
Or
And then when we talk
or like like what's that guy from The Office again? Is he white? Like
I know who you're talking
yeah.
about, the actor. But I'm blanking on his name.
Or him. Or him.
Well, what's a white female actor that's not a mud shark that I can think of?
Scarlett Johansson.
How about this? I need to see. How about that? Yeah, Taylor Swift right here. Taylor. I need Taylor.
Yeah.
If you are a black man and you talk about, oh, I only date white girls, I need you with a Taylor Swift. I'm talking about all the way. I don't want to see an overweight white woman or one of those quote unquote thick white women. No, I want to see this. No ass, nothing. Straight line. That's what I want to see you with. That's exactly what I wanted. A white girl, not one of these people that because when I see stuff like that, when I'll see a dude with like a white girl, but she talks with a fake, black accent, right?
Yes.
A fake black accent. That it's like I'm like nah. That's more of a you problem. That's not a black girl problem. That's more of a you problem. That to me. That's more self-hate more than anything, in my opinion. If I see you with basically a white version of the black men or the black woman that you're trying to avoid, that to me is more self-hate. Like I'll say this, I'll actually give pro-black people, women or men, a pass if I see the white person that they're dating is like really like that, in terms of that's really a white person in terms of culture, how he or she dresses, how he or she talks. If they come from a 2-parent household and all that stuff, okay. You know what? I get it. But if I see you, if you're a black person and then the white person that you're dating is basically it's just a white version of the black person that you're trying to avoid, that's self-hate to me. That's my opinion on that. So looking at this girl here with this guy here, this is more of a, to me, in my opinion, this is more of a self-hate type thing, because basically she's trying to turn him. I can tell that he was probably a little bit different before he met her, but I'm looking at his lineup. That's her. She probably makes sure that he's going to these barbers to make him look as quote unquote part of the culture.
Yes.
White.
A part of the cookout.
Exactly. Bringing them to the cookout.
Okay. BFFR. Look at this girl. She's on the beach, just cuffed up next to one of those so-called bleach demons with the sucky ancestors who stinks, and they're kissing and hugging and cutting it up on the beach. What exactly is going on here? I'll let you guys marry.
Yeah, so that's where that, like, her exact sentiments is me. It's just like, what is going on? What are we doing here? And they're causing all this trouble, all this ruckus, saying hate speech. Technically, really, this is hate speech. And then meanwhile, meanwhile, you're doing that. You're just like, Oh, okay.
Marinate on that. Think about it. Leave your thoughts in the comments. We have one more example, although I could go on. This is the most recent one I've seen on Twitter. This girl is apparently so excited that the white population is decreasing.
The white British population has decreased by 600,000, while the minority population has increased by 1.2 million. So yes, lads, we're winning.
Yes, lads.
I will say this. I know, people talk about black women. I will say this: when it comes to Asians, I'm talking about any East Asians in general. They always want white men. They always always they always want white men. So if
That's
you
their first
see
choice.
if you see an East Asian, I'm talking about. I don't care if she's ugly, if she's pretty, where she ranks. If she's talking crazy about white people, you might as well just throw that out the trash because that's what she's aiming for. That's exactly what she's aiming for.
Million. So yes, lads, we're winning.
Yes, lads, I guess we are winning because she gets to go and spout out all this racist garbage and then come home to a white man who she's dating who apparently accepts that she is saying these things publicly. Here's the photo. And you know what, guys? I'm truly trying to figure this out. But
she's dating first of all, she's dating. Hold on.
Here's the photo. And you know what, guys?
It looks like she's dating a Chad.
Yeah. A big one at that.
Yeah, that's a big. I could tell that's a big dude right there. So those are she's trying to steal white women's top choice. I believe this. All East Asian women, they're trying to steal white women's top choice. That's my opinion. That's exactly what they're going for.
Yes.
Particularly East Asians, if they can go for a Chad, they will literally sprint, shoot people, go cut people down for a Chad. That's what they're aiming for.
Guys, I'm truly trying to figure this out, but the math is not mathing.
Oh,
why is it that time and time again I can find clips of these activists saying things that are?
Oh, what's up?
I know it all makes sense now. No why like these white women can't find no dudes in their 30s because all these other races are taking them away. That's a part of it. I get it now.
So Carlos X thought so remember the black woman in the beginning that was calling the dude calling white people bleach demons. So he thought that girl was a carpet muncher. So he thought she played for the other team. And that could be two things could be true. Two things can be true. Because a lot of like I said, there's a large lesbianist population amongst BWs. So that is true. But usually girls that like, and plus the septum ring, it gives it away. A lot of these people, the septum ring gives it, the septum nose ring of justice. It gives it away. So it is. Let me see. He probably agrees. Carlos X said he probably agrees with her assessment of white people. Looks like the type. he really like. I know he got the white boyfriend in the beginning. He looks. He even though he has the John B type haircut, he does have a very Neanderthalish look to him. Behind the lineup that he has, he definitely has a Neanderthalish look to him. Definitely. He definitely does have that look. But yeah, that has always been interesting to me.
So derogatory towards white people, and then you come to find out that they're in a relationship with a white person. If they truly believe the things they're saying, is this some sort of evil, maniacal plan to breed whiteness out of the population? They're linking up with these white people to create a bunch more mixed babies like me, so whiteness no longer exists. And I wish I had this clip, but it is for some reason nowhere to be found on the internet. There's this Asian girl who says that her plan is to go around and get in relationships with as many white people as possible to breed them out of society, and that she hopes that other people of color.
I mean, I hear that from a lot of people. We're gonna breathe them out, but I'm like, I think you're just hiding your sexual attraction to them. Yeah, that's like you'll hear people of other races say we're gonna breed white people out of society and I'm like, by being with them. I think you're hiding your attraction to them, and it's okay to be attracted to white people. That's it's okay. Like I always tell black dudes, I'm like, dude, it's okay to say, look, I like light skinned chicks. It's okay. Like, you don't have to sugarcoat it. You can just be like, look, I don't particularly mess with dark skinned women. I prefer light skinned chicks. There are plenty of men that prefer dark skinned women. I think the
Yeah,
thing is,
like me.
the reason there are, first of all, there's plenty of men that prefer dark skinned women. The problem is, what happens is, dark skinned women will look at certain people of status and they'll see them with mostly light skinned women and they'll take offense to that and they'll think that something's wrong with them. But I'm like, that has nothing to do with you. That's just a preference. Is a preference, you know.
Yeah.
So you can't take that personal. You know what I mean? And I'll say
Mhm.
this, when it comes to black men, I am surprised that black men are still number 2 when it comes to dating in terms of what uh people worldwide prefer. Like, even in America, there's certain spots in America where black men are number 1. And
Yeah.
I'm shocked because of the first of all, the propaganda that has been put against ninjas.
Yes. You.
Particularly American descendants of slaves, right? When you're talking about
Mhm.
the American black man, right? I'm shocked because the amount of propaganda that has been put against them. But like I said, that works as a double-edged sword, because the more that you make somebody, the more you make a certain man the what do you call it? The boogeyman, the more
Mhm.
attractive you make them to younger women. So when it comes to dating, they're still top 2. So I always tell particularly black men, I'm like, guys, you have a lot more options than you think. It might not be the best options, but trust me, it's your options. If you can't make it work it out with black women, your options worldwide is way better than even a lot of Asian men in their own country.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
you can't just limit your options to just one thing and just be like, "Oh, it's over." I'm like, dude, you got to try something else. You got to move. If it's that important to you to find a partner or whatever, you need to expand your options. You have a lot more out there than you think. And then,
Yeah.
first of all, as a man, I believe, as a man, you need to do some self-reflecting first. You got to be like, okay, am I in the best shape? Number one, is my hygiene straight? Is my teeth crooked? You really have, as a man, you have to be honest with yourself. Those
Yeah.
days of working a factory job and getting an average salary and then getting a wife and kids, those days are over. Those days
Because
are that's
in gaming terms,
1950s
in gaming terms,
1950s fan fiction. You gotta get over
yeah, you're
that.
gonna have to adapt.
Yeah. You need to adapt to modern times. You have to really look at yourself and be like, would I date me? No homo. Literally, would you be like, okay, if I had a girl that I care about, would she date me? Right? Like, if you need to really look at yourself as a man and be like, what is it about me that makes me a catch? And you really have to do some self-reflecting. So before you even travel or do any of this stuff, you really, as a man, you have to do self-reflecting. So this that you know that's and I'll say this, if you are over say if you are over 5'10" and you have a overweight problem and you're complaining about dating, um you're pointing the fingers at the wrong people. if you if you over a certain height and you have an overweight problem, I don't want you talking about women. That's my opinion on that, because you are just off height alone, you already have an advantage over most
Yeah.
men.
Yeah.
And
Easy
you
fix.
and you and you have an overweight problem. I mean, I know there are men that are 5'5". Sorry, five. I know men that are 5'3", 5'4", that that are that actually they don't struggle really that much in the dating department, and they date all types of women. So if you are 5'10", I'm talking about if you are over the average height of a male in America, and you're saying I'm having trouble dating, but you have an overweight problem, you got crooked teeth, you're not clean, you don't have hygiene, I'm going to need you to stop talking about what women need to do. You got to fix yourself
Yeah.
first. And by the time you fix yourself, you're not by the time you're doing things for yourself, you're not going to be putting women on so much on a pedestal. So you're not even going to be keeping count on how many women you're getting. That's basically what we're trying to get men to do. But we can't be skipping steps. Those days of just getting an average job and then I can just get a wife. Those days, if you want to do that, go overseas. Get a remote job, go overseas, get you an Asian chick or chick from the Pacific Islands.
Mm-hmm.
Have you a Pacific Islands kid with no internet, and then you just be all right. But in
And make sure
terms
she stays the hell over there because
and, and don't bring them back. That's what I was about to say. Do not bring them
Mhm.
back here. So if that's what you want, if you want to just to be a normal man with a normal life, just do that and you'll be all right. But we can't be skipping steps. We cannot be skipping steps. So anyway, that's all. I think that's all I wanted to say. Let me just check my Twitter to see if I missed anything. But yeah, shout out to Amala. What's her name? Amala Ekpunobi, right? So shout out to her. She has 1.9? She's almost 2 million subscribers. But yeah, shout out to her for finally calling these people out because there's a whole lot of black activists with white spouses. And I'm like, are they ever gonna get called out for and look, so somebody said, watch this. Fellow white men who are with somebody says, fellow white men who are with these activists, grow a spine, stop the self-hate, and leave them. But like I said, hate fucking is a real thing. So
Yeah.
like hate fucking is a real thing. So like it probably actually boosts these guys, these white dudes' self-esteem that they have a black woman, right? That is talking crazy about white dudes or white people in general, but at the end of the day, I'm smashing the same black one. It probably gives them a self-esteem boost. And at the end of the day, they probably do some debaucherous things to those black women in the bedroom that at the end of the day, they're winning.
Yeah.
If you're a man and you're still like if I'm a black dude, right? And I'm smashing a racist white chick. In the man's mind, he's still winning. In the man's mind. So that's just how it is.
Yeah.
I don't see like, dude, I know plenty of rednecks. I know plenty of rednecks. They got black wives. And they have their opinions on things and they haven't changed. But they got black wives. And it is what it is. So in their mind, they're the man. Man's the hammer, woman's the nail. That's how it works,
Yeah.
guys. So it don't even matter how beta you think the white dude is. He's winning in his mind. So he's the man smashing the racist black chick. He's got her bent over. So it is what it is.
Yeah, that's true. I really
Somebody
enjoy
said,
this.
yeah. Let me see. If he was white and relapsed the color with black, then the country would be in an outrage. We have too many double standards. Exactly. So if any of what those black women or the Asian woman has said, if they said that about a black man, that person would be fired.
Mhm.
So that's just obvious. But anyway, I think I covered everything. I just got to check my Twitter just to see if I missed anything. I'm gonna check my Instagram real quick. But yeah, that video of that guy proposing to this girl, that's sad as hell. That's just sad.
Wow.
And she giving him the church hug too, right there. That's crazy. But unfortunately, yeah, guys be falling for girls like that, man, because he probably thinks that she's quote unquote cool and she gets us. And oh man, he's gonna be so heartbroken when he finds out that she be seeing other people. He's gonna be so heartbroken because
Yeah,
he's looking at her and he's like, oh man, she's gonna be a great homemaker. She's not looking to be no homemaker, bro. Those days are over. These guys, man, she's gonna learn the hard way, like the hard way. Okay, before I leave, let me just cover this real quick.
If
Right. So this girl here, I'm gonna give you guys some advice. So if you see a guy that's very overprotective of his girl, it's because his girl is like this girl that I'm about to show you right here. So this girl is going to show inadvertently why women get played easily and they'll cheat on their boyfriend and then they'll be like, oh, I thought he really liked me, and all this stuff. She's going to show you why they get easily played, and it's going to show my reaction to it too.
If you want to know who you're meant to be around and who you're meant to have in your life, pay attention to who your inner child comes alive around. I promise you, your inner child is always.
Nigga, that is horrible advice. And by the way, to the ninja that is leading her on right now, you ain't shit. So yeah, so that's my reaction at the end because clearly there is a ninja in her ear, you know. I didn't see, like I've been in at work and you'll see it where like I said, it's a weird dichotomy because one of the best advice is treat, people say, what do you do with women? And he said, treat women like children. Even when you're joking with them, treat them like children. They
yeah.
bring, you bring them to the carnival. You know what I mean? Get them a big toy prize. They love it when you give them the big teddy bear. It's right in front of you. So like, a lot of women they fall for it because the guy he'll activate her inner child, say
Yes.
nice things about her, put things in her ear, say, oh, you're too good for this job, you shouldn't be working here, and all that. Like you see it all the time, and then they're always that's what like giving them literally giving the girl cute little nicknames and all this stuff. It's like what you would do with a child. You know what I mean? And it's just
Mm-hmm.
it's the same treatment. And then here she ironically says,
If you
she didn't say look for a guy that is mature. She didn't say look for a guy that treats you like an adult. She said get you if get you a guy that gets your inner child alive. So this is clearly going to be
Oh,
a guy that's good at manipulating emotions out of
I'm telling her
multiple
what you want to hear.
telling her exactly what she wants to hear. So this is horrible advice. This is horrible advice. But
Yeah.
this is what we're I'm just like, and that's why I said at the end, whatever ninja that is putting the things in her ear, you're a terrible person. She about to, let me see. Let me search up her TikTok real quick. TTT Jala, whatever her name is. So, and like I said, don't let the glasses fool you. I'm pretty sure once she puts her makeup on, she thinks she's a 9. So her opinion about herself is really high. So, like I said, that we found her TikTok. So, oh, I think I actually covered her on one of my live streams, but people probably won't remember. This was probably an old live stream I did, but so you already see your spiritual best friend. So this is going to be a girl that is easily manipulated. So what happens is when a guy gets a girl like this, he tries to
Mm-hmm.
hide her as much as possible. The reason why is because she's easily manipulated.
Oh,
She's easily going to give a ninja some money. She's easily going to let a guy in her space because a smart or some kind of streetwise woman is going to make sure she's going to limit herself being around ninjas, really, in general, ninjas in general, but she's going to limit her space. She's gonna be very selective on who she allow, what kind of men she allows around her space. If she has a boyfriend that's very strict, that doesn't play that, you know what I mean? So, but unfortunately, when you're dealing with a girl like this, she can easily get tricked out of her panties, easily. So it's really hard to be in a serious relationship with a woman like this, particularly the so-called spiritual woman. And is that a septum ring I see? I think that is. Yep. Yep, that is a septum ring. Yep, she does have a septum ring.
The
So
uncontrollable bull ring.
yeah, like exactly. Let's see. What's the video that I saw? I saw because she keeps talking about her inner child on her thing. Oh yeah, if you see, oh man. Look. Hold on. So let me turn the audio off. But bro, if you see a woman like this, bro, I want you to look at the background. If you see a woman that has this kind of stuff in the background, you better abort mission, bro. You better abort mission. This is a person that easily, I'm talking about, she'll have a job at like BJ's Wholesales, right? And she's going to have a married ninja up in her ear, and she's not even gonna notice because he quote unquote activates her inner child, and then by the time she ends up having feelings for the guy, she's gonna find out he's married, and then she's gonna go to her little altar and start doing these chants so the guy can leave her marriage for her. Like, yeah, that a woman like this, like these are the ones because they be pretty, right? And they be like, because people think that like nerdy chicks are the thing. So they'll hide girls like that and think that they're hiding a gem, but really they're hiding an idiot because they know she can get easily and it's not just necessarily just that she's gonna cheat. It's like she's going to have that ninja all up in your house and stuff like that because she's just
spending your money,
spending your
eating your
money, all of that. She's gonna be using the money that you gave her, and she's going to be buying that ninja lunches and sneakers and all that stuff. Because ninjas is gonna be working girls like that. You know, these are the girls like that. They're not very well researched. Let me see. You see, okay, right. Watch this. This is a video that she made.
Manifest your dream life in one simple step.
So right here.
Here's how you are guaranteed to manifest your dream life in one simple step.
So yeah, so you already know what kind of time she's on. Here's how to guarantee to manifest your dream life in one simple step. So she's already a scam artist herself. So she, guys like that, they hide. Like they make sure, they'll be like, man, do you have to work? No, like they be making sure girls like that, they be making sure she stays home because she knows if she gets a job at Waffle House or Walmart or Home Depot, am I missing anything? Foot Locker, she knows. Target. Yeah, Target. She knows one of these ninjas. I'm saying, I'm not even talking about white. I'm talking about ninjas are going to be all up in her ear, and one of them are going to be able to. They're going to be able to smash. They're going to be able to smash. They'll be able to pull through. A girl that looks like that, man, please. Like I said, I've worked in these spots. Girls like that get smashed out all the time, all the time, and they'll have a whole boyfriend at home. But you'll find out, like the boyfriend will be like, no, I do not want this girl to work, because they know he's gonna either lose that girl or she's gonna be fucking somebody else on the job.
Yeah, behind his back.
Yeah, so I think I already did a video on her, but I was covering her Instagram, but I didn't know on TikTok you can still look at people's videos without signing up for TikTok. So this is gonna definitely help me in the future. But yeah, that's the last thing I wanted to show. Rocky said, "Oh, she cute." Yeah, like because when she puts on the um because when she puts on the glasses, you think she's a nerd, and then when she takes them off, you think, "Oh man, this is a gem right here," but she's stupid. You could you look at the TikToks, you're just like, "Oh, she's an airhead. She's an airhead." So
Yes.
whatever guy that she finds, that guy is gonna be like, I don't want you to work." So when it's especially when you're dealing with a guy that's if you see a guy that's trying to hide his girlfriend, it's because she's an airhead. Remember that Family Guy episode when Brian was going out with that really dumb girl and he was trying to hide her because she was like ridiculously dumb? People just think that's just the average blonde white chick. No, this is many. I would say 60%. Yes, I would say 40 to 50%. But I will say in certain areas it's 60% because if she's working at certain spots where ninjas is cold approaching cashiers and all this nonsense at their job, you got the lot boy trying to run game in the cashier girl's ear. So you got the hardware guy trying to do his thing, trying to prove ish. You know what I mean? She's gonna fold. She's gonna fold. Eventually, she's gonna fold.
Yeah, cause her head is light.
Yeah. Rocky said that type of chick is my kryptonite. I will say this. I don't know. Maybe one day I do have to be honest with the people on my channel, and I'm gonna give somebody the prototype of the chicks that I still sometimes fall for. I'm gonna give the prototype one day, and people are gonna be like, "What? How?" And I'm gonna be like, "I don't know." I'm just gonna. One day I'm gonna be very vulnerable on here, and I'll say this. I will say this, and maybe it's a weird brag, but I am great around blonde white chicks, and what else? Like, yeah, I'll say, yeah, like when it comes to like blonde or white chicks, it's interesting because I will be around them and they'll just be shocked that I don't bow down. they'll be so shocked that I don't bow down or be trying to OD hit on them. Or it'll be like a particularly one of those model type white chicks. They'll be shocked that I don't be bowing down, and I'll be like, it's not. I'm like, just talk to me like a person. It's okay. They'd be shocked. You know what I mean? But I'll say this. This girl right here. She's a cute little girl. She's a cute. Oh, that sounded weird. But she's a cute little chick. She's a cute little chick. You know what I'm saying? So, she's a cute little chick. Straight for the stroke. You know what I mean? I wouldn't turn like obviously.
It's 7 p.m. Friday.
So, girls like that, I wouldn't mind, you know what I mean? If I had a girl like that in high school, I wouldn't turn it down and be like, like say if I had an opportunity. Like I knew a girl that she was way prettier. She was way prettier than her. I knew a girl that kind of looked like that in my high school. Actually, I remember freshman year, I knew a girl that kind of looked like that I was about to ask out, but I pussied out. But she's a cute, chick. How old is she? Like 22, right? Well, she's she's probably, she's definitely still early 20s. You know what I mean? She's a cute girl, I don't know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rank her like super, super high, you know. Let me see. G Louise. You said I was talking about the white girl in your feed. Oh, not her. Wait, what white girl in my feed? Which one? But he did say the mixed chick. He said she's cute too. But which white girl? Which white girl in my feed? Um, did I let me see. He said I was talking about the white girl in my feed. Which one? Was it the one that was getting proposed to? Or
That
the
doesn't look like a white girl.
I don't know which white girl he was talking about. Which one?
Was it the
Oh,
white girl
on my Twitter. I know what he's talking about. I'm about to
Oh,
show you.
oh.
It was on my Twitter. Let me scroll up. I know exactly who he's talking about. So I'll be around. I'm about to give you guys a great example. Thank you for mentioning it. So this girl right here.
Oh.
So I will be around girls like that, and they will be shocked that I don't bow down, or I will detect like a mud sharkness amongst like because I did some research behind her. She might be a potential mud shark. So
Mm-hmm.
I'll be around a girl like that, and it'll be all good because I'm not really attracted to blonde women like that. I
Yeah,
don't know what it is.
especially
I
if you're
don't
much
know.
like.
I don't know what it is. Maybe I don't know. Maybe in the future, my main girl might end up being a blonde haired white chick. I don't know, but I don't really simp for girls like that. Not
Yeah.
for girls like that. I have my type. Unfortunately, people will be shocked when they're like, "Man, what are you talking about? You fell for a girl like that?" Yep, and yep, yeah. So oh man, when I show you, people are gonna be like, "Wait, what?" I'm gonna be like, "Yep." I'm gonna be like, "Yep." And low key, I've hinted at this in my channel. Low key, I've hinted at this in my channel. If people have caught my drift, you know what I mean.
Yeah. That's a
But yeah.
dude.
Oh yeah. I'll say this. I know. So this girl, this is not a dude though. I'll say this. This is not a
Oh
dude.
my god.
This is a new one for me. I guess I need girls to rally with me and
Just
lift
hear
me
her
up
voice. Hear her
because I
voice.
feel so
Mm-hmm.
defeated right now.
The problem is there are certain girls out there that looked exactly like their dad,
Yeah.
but with a wig on. She just fits that description. So yeah,
Unfortunately.
you know what I mean. And actually, I actually listen. I heard her out. So I'm gonna do a video on this real soon. I actually heard her out, and everything that she said can be explained. So like her grievances is actually quite normal and quite expected, but she needs to hurry up because time is definitely not on her side. So she got to stop playing. She got to stop holding out for 6'10". He said scroll down, not her. Scroll down. Okay, so I'm gonna scroll. I'm gonna keep. So is he's Carlos X said it's not her.
Well, I hope
Not.
it's
He said not.
not that girl who done
He said scroll
scroll
down,
down.
scroll down. So he said there was a white girl.
Is it the girl who?
I don't know. Cause I'm like, who's prettier than her on my feed?
Wait, isn't that girl? Talk about like men ruin gaming.
I don't know. I don't know. Um, it's are you sure it's not the one that I just showed the her? Are you sure it's not her? I don't see anybody else prettier on my on my feed. Let me see. No disrespect to the others, but let me see. Let me scroll it here because I can't do the tab thing on my. Yeah. So yeah. I just talked about her. Yeah. Rocky. That's what I was talking about. I was talking about
Mm-hmm.
her. Yeah. That's the one. Yeah. So yeah, I was talking about her. Because low key, I think she's a mud shark. I've seen some things. I've seen some things. So her.
Go somewhere else.
That's what I was talking about.
I cannot tell another man what I like to do on my
You
free
keep
time.
passing her. What?
I can't do it.
Who's prettier than her on my
Give my
feed?
attention to anybody. And when
Hold on, man. Hold on. I gotta find. So he said, scroll down. No, not her. That's the same girl. Not her. Definitely not. I'm like, definitely not her. Definitely not them. Who am I missing? Definitely not her.
Yeah, especially not her.
Especially not these crackheads right here in high school. Not them. Not her. So let me
I
see.
don't see any more.
He says the other chick who was laying in her bed filming, you keep passing her. The other chick who was laying in her bed filming.
Laying in their bed? I don't know.
Laying in her bed. Let me see.
Is it going back down?
Let me check something. He said laying in her bed.
Oh, she.
Her?
She.
Oh, her? Her?
She don't look that great. Well, she don't look that bad either.
Look, I'm not let me not disrespect her, right? But do you know how many girls in high school I went with that looked what? I know so many of those. I know so many of those. He said the girl laying in her bed, that's her? Nah, man, there's no way. But like I said, we all have our types.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Rocky said her. That's exactly it. What?
I mean,
you know,
beauty is the like in the eye of a beholder.
of the
So
beholder.
whatever
Yeah.
I get.
You know what? Since Rocky, since you open up to me, I will open up to you. Pause. I'm gonna show you. Unfortunately, the two. I will say, I'm gonna give you guys an insight of me. So this is. I will say this. Is she still here? If I can, let me see. So I will say this before I show you my type, my type, right? Let me I'll open up to you guys. The people that be getting me. All right. So I will say this in 2018, people are gonna be shocked when I say this. Remember the girl that I was going at for throwing her friend her male bestie under the bus? I remember simping hard over a girl that looked exactly like this. The only difference is she had glasses on.
Yes. Oh.
So I remember in 2018, I remember sipping hard over a girl that looked exactly like this, but she had glasses on. And she had crooked teeth. but she had a big, she looked exactly like this. Same body type, everything. But and she had backup, if you know what I'm saying. She had backup, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, so you're into
no, she wasn't like I said, she wasn't my physical type.
Oh.
So I'll just tell before I show my physical type, I'm just gonna show you who the person that I fall for that kind of looked like that. So I'm gonna show you who my physical type is. And you guys are gonna be like, there's no way. This makes no sense, Chris. So I'm gonna search up a YouTuber that has kind of gotten famous in the manosphere. You're not gonna like I said, she's low key my type, low key, and I tend to stay away from women like that because they be getting me sucked in. So when I show you the person, you're gonna be like, "What? You like that?" And I'm like, unfortunately, yes. But since it's you guys, oh, so do y'all? You guys are gonna be so disappointed in me. Do y'all remember It's Tay?
Oh, oh, yeah. Like, don't she have a tattoo on her neck?
Yep. So I don't know if you. I don't know. I don't know if I can bring up her channel.
I cannot blame you. Oh God.
So what happens is, so what had happened was there are girls, right, that I will come across. Maybe it's the voice. I don't know. I think it's girls that look like that have a certain voice that kind of turns me on. I don't know what it is, but unfortunately, there have been, I know of 2 or 3 women in my life that I knew back in the day. I knew during college, and I was just like, "Oh shit, she got me." Meaning they could literally tell me anything, and I would just be like, "Okay," and I'll just go along with it. Like I wouldn't even like question the stuff that they would say, right? I don't know. Those are not really the best pictures of It's Tay, but those are not necessarily the best pictures of It's Tay, but unfortunately, let me see. Is there a video of her voice of her talking? I don't know. Let me see.
I get this question a lot, like a lot. My bad, I burped. And you guys.
So I know girls like this, but they didn't have tattoos, obviously, but kind of that thick body type, right? But they were like racially ambiguous. You didn't really know if they were black, white. So remember when I talked about the type of girls that dark skinned ninjas like? So she was like racially ambiguous. You don't really know she's black. You don't know she's white. You don't know she's Hispanic. I know of 2 or 3 girls like this in my lifetime where I was simping heavy. Now they didn't know it because I hit it really well. I hit it really well. But they would ask me to do certain things. Now, thankfully, they weren't like the type where they would ask me to do certain shit that was like that took money out of my pocket. Thankfully. Thankfully. So that I will always give them credit for, that they would ask me to do things, but it wasn't things that took money out of my pocket. But they would literally ask me to do certain shit, and I would just be like, yes. I'll just be like, yes. I don't know what it is. I know it's weird. I know it's
Are
weird.
always asking me, Tay, why are you single? Why am I single as a mother sucking Pringle?
And then unfortunately, what will happen is then you'll like get to know like one of those girls, and then you'll find out like it's Tay. You'll be like, she's a single mom. You'll be like, damn it. You're just like, just ruins the whole thing, ruins the whole fantasy. You're just like, no. So Rocky thought it was It's Pearly for a minute. I was like, nah. Pearly is definitely not my type. Like me, I don't fuck with redheads at all. Rocky said, Chris don't Rocky said, Chris don't disappoint us. And then Rocky said, well, it's Tay ain't bad. Like I said, thankfully, the 3 women in my life that have kind of resembled that body type or had that similar type of voice, thankfully, they were actually decent humans, meaning they weren't trying to use me, or one of them, or they already had boyfriends already. So I wasn't even like in the picture, right? So thankfully, when I ran across those types, they happened to be decent people. So I didn't get used. Now, ironically, I ended up getting used by like a straggle, right? Like a couple straggles, and then I learned my lesson.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? But I'll say this. I knew a girl. She wasn't obviously thick, but she was like skinny, right? And she had some tattoos, but she had some freckles. She had freckles. She was like she was a ginger. She was like half black, half ginger. Yo, she was cute. I was definitely gonna ask her out. I remember because I was I was gonna cold approach her at the theater where she was working at, but I was like, nah, I ain't finna do it. This was like 2019. Yeah, this was 2019. I was about to watch Aquaman, and then I was like, oh shit.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, you were 20 at the time.
Yeah, I was like 21. or I was 20 years old. I was 20 at the time. Yep, I was 20 at the time. So yeah, I was about to watch Aquaman. I was about to go for the kill, bro, because I was already because I had low key had saw her before, but she was more of a standoffish type of girl. Like she wasn't talking to nobody. It looks like I was like, oh, so I can tell if I put something out there, what if I put something out there, she won't snitch on me if I fail.
Mm-hmm.
So that
Yeah.
that also turns me on as well. But unfortunately, I'll say this with the girls, like it's just, hey, what happens is you'll talk to them and you'll find out that they're such nice people that it almost is like, oh man, imagine if she was my girl. It's almost like
Yeah.
you're like, then you start thinking, you're just like, damn it, I shouldn't be falling for a chick like this. But this is what happens. Unfortunately, this is what happens to me. So, like I said, it's never the ones that you like. It's never the ones that you think. Never the ones that you think. And I will say this: when it comes to the homies, when it comes to um women that are friends, like even though there's no such thing really, the women that I end up being cool with are the um let me see if I could search her up, because I don't be sexually attracted at all, but it'll be what's this girl's name? Do you know I Love Dorsey? Any of you guys know this chick? Love Dorsey?
Wait, what?
This chick,
Like what? Like what she does?
she's I don't know if you would consider her part of the manosphere, but she will say things where it's pro man, right?
No,
So
I don't know her.
she's the one that she's when she was talking about single moms um raising the worst kids. Let me see. Um on I think I did a show on her. Like girls like that. I be getting along with girls like that for some weird reason. Like we'll get along. We'll do, like, I remember I was about to do a show with one of the girls I knew, right? They kind of are kind of like that. Girls, I actually like girls like that in terms of conversation, because they'll put you up on game because they're super experienced, meaning
Yeah.
they saw a lot of shit when they were younger. So when you actually talk to them, they're actually a lot more mature than their age. So
Mm-hmm.
even though they'll be like 25 or 24, their knowledge of the game, of the streets, is beyond most ninjas' understanding. Now, you can't go out with a girl like that. You can't. All right. Maybe you probably might, mess around with a girl like that. But in terms of making that girl your main girl, you can't do that. But if you have
Why?
a girl, if you have a girl like this on your side, in terms of, um, as a friend, she will show you some things that even some men can't show you in terms of loyalty, because it does help to have some women in your camp that are loyal to you, that will help you out, whether it be financially or she has a hookup with the airlines with with the buddy pass. You need I know we talk about BWs on here, but men need women like this in their life that will help them out
Yeah.
in a pinch.
Mm-hmm.
So, and a lot of times they'll be single moms too. That I'm not gonna lie. But if you can meet a woman like that has her ish together, she can make a great friend. And like I said, a friend, nothing more than that. If you take that beyond friendship, that's gonna be on you as a man. So don't take that
So
beyond don't take that beyond friendship. Just
so can I ask a question?
yeah, what's up?
Like like why do you like like what do you mean by like if you take her on like more than a friend?
No, because unfortunately, like, because what happens is you don't really run across women that are real, right? Women
Oh.
that are very authentic. So when, unfortunately, what many men do, and like I said, this is what happens with with me with the it's Tay Tay types, right? It's just Tay types, right? But I'll say when men come across a woman like a Love Dorsey and they find her very authentic, she says what's real, they internalize it and they be like, man, imagine her as a wife or imagine her as a mom to my kids. And actually, that's where it's a big no-no. Like that's where it's a big no-no, right? So there are people in your life you're not really supposed to be getting sexually involved with. It's just supposed to be somebody you know. But many
Yeah.
men they look because men they look at options. They really look at, okay, what am I working with here? Any girl that comes into their vicinity, they're like, okay, what can I make of this? So then they come across a Love Dorsey type, and they'll be like me, I'll come across a Love Dorsey type, and I'll be like, finally, a person that's not a liar. But unfortunately, most men they'll come across a Love Dorsey and they'll be like, finally, I think I can work with this woman. And you're just like, and this is where somebody like me comes, but like, nah, you don't want to make you don't want to have her as a girlfriend. She's cool as hell. She'll like a girl like that, she'll pay for your lunch and everything. Like she'll pay for herself. But women like that, they're actually better off single. They're like you'll come across a woman like that. She's better off single. And if you want
There's
to mess
a
with her beyond friendship, that's gonna
yeah.
be on you as a man because this a woman like that is very she'll tell you, hey, don't get involved with me sexually. I catch feelings easily. she'll
Oh.
she'll say something like that, or she'll be like, look, I don't mind, like, or she'll be a side chick and she'll be a great side chick, like a
Mm-hmm.
great side chick, meaning she'll play her role perfectly, right? But at the same time, she's she's gonna be a very clingy side chick because like if you get involved with a girl sexually like that, it can get complicated because you still want to have that image of her being a very authentic person. Not even when you're looking at her as just a woman, you're looking at her as like this is a very authentic person. I don't want to mess up nothing with her. Now, if you get involved with her sexually, that's gonna mess up everything. That's gonna mess up
Oh.
everything, you know.
Oh,
But
so she's a danger at that point. She's so
she
so smart and she knows what she's doing. She's gonna make sure she messes you up properly.
no, and it's not that she's a good person, but if you get involved with a person like that sexually, it can just complicate things because
Oh
it's not the friendship, then friendship is over, then that's like now side chick territory. You know what
yeah.
I mean?
Mhm.
So it can start getting complicated because then because a woman like that will tell you, look, um I love really hard. So you probably
No.
if you want to if you want to get involved with me sexually, yeah, okay, I'll accept my position as side chick, but I'm still gonna worry about. I'm still gonna be like so madly like I'm witnessing this with a friend that I know, a friend. She's in the side chick position, right? She's madly in love with the dude, but she's playing her position perfectly. But the problem is, it's still interfering with the guy's main chick, right?
Oh, so
So, so
you're saying
because she's not gonna want to leave his life. Because at the
yeah,
end of the day, you end up being a side chick, and the main chick finds out. Most of the time, the main chick is gonna be like, "Nah, I need you to get rid of her." Now,
yeah.
because she's a good person, but she ends
Mhm.
up being your side chick, you're not gonna want to just get rid of her because that means you can't talk to her. And there's
Yeah.
some women that genuinely want to be around. And I think Love Dorsey is a character where if you get involved with her sexually, it's going to be hard to just let her go. Not because she's going to stalk you, but it's because you're not going to want to see her go because she's a
Yeah.
genuinely good person.
Mhm.
That's what I'm trying to say with her. Like I know like a couple Love Dorsey types, good people, really a really good person. Like even though like I know a woman, she disagreed with damn near everything I said. But out of all the women that were on my cousin's podcast, she was the only one that could actually be like, okay, I disagree. Let's move on with life. And I was like, oh, so you're actually one of the rare rational ones. And we actually have conversations and stuff where I can't even have with most people. And
Yeah.
she doesn't leak my DMs to the people that I know. You know what I mean? Like the people, the people would be like, I'm open-minded, and why don't you
Yes.
tell me this? You avoid those at all costs. You actually want to be with the ones that say, actually, I disagree with everything that you said. And you'll be surprised. They be the most loyal out of all, out of all the ones. They be the ones that are actually respectful of your privacy. Now the problem
True.
is if you get involved with a girl like that sexually, and you end up with a main chick, and the main chick finds out that because she's always going to be around you, because
Yes.
even if you're not fucking her, you're still going to want her around a lot of the times because she has good energy, right? She's
Mm-hmm.
going to tell the main girl is going to tell you to cut her off, and you're not going to want to do that as a man. So this is where things could get complicated. So Love Dorsey is the type of woman, like, you probably shouldn't get involved with her sexually, but they actually make the best, like a Love Dorsey type. She makes as a great friend. You know what I mean? She makes as a great friend for me in a guy, the kind of program that I run. She makes a great friend. The kind of program that I run, she makes a great friend. Now back to it's what's her name? It's Tay, right? It's Tay. I do not know what it is about Tay, but I'd be like, oh shit. And I already know Tay.
She just look welcoming.
Yeah, that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. The girls like Tay, they just be they don't, when you talk to them, they're not on some trying to push you away type ish,
Yeah.
on some, oh, you a creep because you're just talking to me. She's very welcoming. Because like
Mm.
the women that have that are kind of similar prototype, they're easy. They're very easy to talk to. Very easy to talk to. They're very soft. You know what I mean? I don't
Yeah.
know how else to put it. She's very soft. You know what I mean? And you're just like, wow. That's what ends up happening. You end up getting enchanted by a girl like that. So that's why
Yes.
I tried. I dude, and I remember I went to work with a girl like that. Like she already had a boyfriend, and at first I wasn't OD attracted to her because she was on the fat side kind of, but she was soft. Like she was very soft and very welcoming, that I was just like, oh shit, I can't be around this girl. I'm gonna start messing up on my job. So I would purposely take like I would get these shifts,
Mm-hmm.
and I'd make sure I'm not in her vicinity when I'm working. But unfortunately, you got lunch breaks that happen and stuff like that. So then you'll have lunch breaks with it. But like, like I said, thankfully, it's Tay types that I've been around.
Yeah.
Thankfully, none of them have tried to use me. None of them. So that girl from work, she didn't try to use me. The girl from back in the day that I was talking about, she didn't try to use me. And then like the couple types that I've come across, they weren't on user mode, but they didn't realize the power that they would have over me in terms of if they had asked me to do something, I would have done it. I would have done it. So thankfully they didn't realize that power. Thankfully they didn't realize that power. So that's that I got to be very thankful about. But since
Mm-hmm.
shout out to Rocky. Oh man, let me see. Rocky said, yeah, I get along with the Dorsey types, but I'm not attracted to for some reason. Yeah, same here. I'm not sexually attracted to the Love Dorsey types. Not at all. It's just not my type. And there's no disrespect to Love Dorsey. I'm just not sexually attracted to her. But women like that are great to have in your team. I'm talking
Mm-hmm.
about, it's great to have a Love Dorsey on your team. Somebody that work at security, that we work in security that got you. Like, yo, it's very helpful to have somebody like that on your team. Let me see. The one chick I mentioned got me. And I'll say this: the types that I usually end up smashing a lot are, how do I put it? not the Jala types, not the girl that I showed you, but who's an IG model that I could bring up? I don't know who I could bring up as an example. I don't know who I can bring up as an example. Okay, just imagine. Oh man, how could I do this? Nah, not her. I was gonna bring up somebody, but it's not her. Not her. Um because it's a lot of Latina chicks that I've been with, or lights like light skinned girls, like racially ambiguous girls that I've been with, but they're like
Yeah.
really small and petite. Um, I've been with a couple Dominican chicks too. Like I remember I was with this one Dominican chick, she really small girl, she was like 4'9", no,
Maybe.
like 4'9", like really small. So I don't know, like there is a type that I usually smash, which is a bit different than, but I don't hang with, you know. But the problem is I'll hang with it's Tay baby. I will hang with it's Tay baby types, and they will not be using me. And I'm talking about they pay for their own meals and all that. They pay for their own stuff, and then they get me with their softness because they're soft. They're like really soft and very, like you said, welcoming. And I'll just be like, I don't know, maybe there's something with me psychologically where it's like I got to get that healed within me. If somebody's down welcoming, they can get me like that because my guard is always up. So maybe that's something I got to work with, work on. Oh, and I'll say this.
Thank you for everything. And like,
So I remember I was messing with the gordita types for a little bit, but the problem is Latinas, they're crazy. They're just crazy. No disrespect, but they're just it's
Why
just
they always
too
go
much
grown up?
drama. And then on top of that, if you're dealing with like a petite Latina type girl, and they got a baby dad in their life, she got stalkers, and you don't want to mess with that. You don't want to mess with that.
Yeah, Chris.
Yeah.
Chris. Like what do you prefer? Um
What do I
petite,
prefer?
like petite
I
petite
prefer
like Thai
I prefer
women are Mexican.
yeah. Wait, so you said
Mexican?
what? Oh well, like me. I don't mind a girl that's like around my height. I don't mind. It's just I
Yeah.
rather like if you give me a option, yeah, I'm gonna go with the smaller chick. But the problem is the smaller chicks nowadays, I've realized they want like really tall dudes. So
Yes.
it's a weird conundrum. So I end up being shit out of luck. But I like that it is what it is on that end.
Mhm.
I've been with I'm always around like a lot of racially ambiguous type chicks. Like you don't really know what race she is, you know. But I'll say I've smashed a lot of Latina chicks. That's like I will say out of my body count, a lot of Latina chicks. I prefer having my flings with Latina chicks, and then some of the white chicks I know. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? The
Yeah.
brunettes, the brunettes. I have smashed a couple of blonde chicks, but all the blonde chicks that I've smashed, they were all taller than me. So they were like, so like they were all like at least 5'9", 5'10". I'm not even joking. So those will be the types. They'd be skinny though, but it'll be like it'd be interesting. It'd be interesting. I remember, I did mess with a one girl that did track. She was my size, but the problem is like I knew her for a long time, so she was always that size, like since middle school. So she was always like 5'7", 5'8", but she never grew from that. So by the time I finally caught up to her, we were kind of like finally like eye to eye, and then we ended up we did a little thing, but it didn't work out. It didn't work out.
Oh.
So I was like, yeah, maybe we could do something. Nah, but that was, college. College was different. College was a little bit different, you know. Yeah, You know, there was a lot like in college. I smashed a lot of white chicks in college. You know, that was probably the easiest time for me to get white chicks was in college. But then once they start hitting like age 20, 21, that's when they start getting serious. They're like, I can't have you in my contacts anymore. I have
Yeah.
a serious boyfriend now. You're just like, okay, shout out to you. That's usually around that time where it's like, all right, I can't, you know, they'll still like have our messages, whatever, but she won't like they won't have me blocked or anything, but we'll unfollow each other just to keep things safe. Because if
Yeah.
they find out that she was with a ninja and a short ninja at that, what? Like one of these little ninjas that was on the soccer teams. She'll be like, oh, that's gonna ruin her whole shebang. So I'm not gonna ruin her hustle on that end. But anyway, yeah, it's Tay types. Unfortunately, I don't know what it is, but they get me. They seem to always get me. So I have things to work on mentally. So those like fortunately they haven't used me. Fortunately. But if one of these one of these broads end up finding out that they can really get me with their softness, it is what it is. I will say this: when I come across the ratchet types, I actually like them because I know that I'm not going to be sexually attracted to them long term.
Yeah.
So it's so when I'm across like those knucklehead type 304s, you know, the sexy red types, the Sukihanas, I actually enjoy myself more around those types only because I know I can just have my fun with them, or I can just have fun with them, quote
Yes.
unquote, with their presence, and then I know I can just cut them off and they're not gonna take it offensively, or I could just disappear and then it'll just be and it's all good. So I can just really be myself around those chicks because I'm not even trying to smash, but if it
Yeah.
happens, it happens. So
Mhm.
so I'll be my most comfortable around those those type of chicks and the blonde and the tall blondes and the tall blondes because I don't expect nothing from it. I don't expect anything from it. It is crazy, like two sides of the spectrum. One that's really highly touted, and one that's like really lowly. I expect nothing from both, so I could just go in. If I like them, I like them. If I like them, I'll be like, man, you keep doing yourself, girl. Don't let them change you, man. Just be the wild animal that you're supposed to be, and I just move on with my life. It's just it's so much easier to move on with my life when I deal with those types. So that's why the sexy red types, they just make me laugh because I just be like, oh my gosh, she's a mess, and then I could just move on. You know, I didn't even I've even tried to set up some of those girls with some with some of these dudes, but then they end up messing it up for themselves. You know what I mean? Or like one
Yeah.
of the dudes find out that I messed with her first, and then they don't want anything to do with the
Yeah.
girl anymore.
I don't want
So
no second. You know.
you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
those girls, like the Sukihana, and plus, what people don't understand with the Sukihana types, a lot of them they be fronting. They be fronting, so they try to really put out that act that they're wild, but they're really not. But
Yeah.
they're cool. They're cool to be around because a lot of them are really funny. A lot of them are actually like legitimately really funny, and you'll be around them and you'll actually have a good laugh. Like I remember being around one of those girls, and she said that she found out one of the dudes that she was smashing was an athlete, but he was gay, and she didn't want to put him out there. But she said the funniest thing I ever heard, one of the funniest things I've ever heard from a woman. You know what she said? She said, when I put my ear to the door because I peeked through the gap. She said she tried to she tried to leave as fast as because she opened the wrong door, but she put her ear to the door. She said it sounded like he said it sounded like two. She said like when the two dudes were going at it sexually, she said it sounded like two dogs fighting. I was like, what?
Oh,
I was like, I never.
So it sounded, so it sounded like your nightmare.
A straight nightmare. I was laughing so hard, man. I was like, yo, like these are actually funny women, but like women like that, they don't become comedians. So, but I actually enjoy myself around those types, the sexy red types, believe it or not, because there's nothing you're not there's when the expectations are low, you can actually be free, So that's it's almost like, if you play soccer or football, right? And then you're playing a street pickup game in the middle of nowhere. It's like you're at your most, and there's nobody in the stands. There's nobody's girlfriends or boyfriends watching, or there's no crowd, and you're just in the middle of nowhere playing pickup soccer with strangers. It's like you're free. It's like you don't. It's like you can try all the tricks that you want to, or you can the ideas that you couldn't play you do in a real game. You can try it there in a pickup game. That's what it's like.
Yeah.
But when I'm with it, it's it's Tay baby, whatever. And you're like, oh, you Chris, you can handle that. You're okay. And then meanwhile, I'm in shock because she's mad close to me and she's soft. And she's soft. Like, and you're just like, oh man. Man, you're just like, man. If she asks me to get up to go to the bathroom, it's gonna be a problem. I can't get up. And then you're just like, oh golly. Or you'll just be around and she'll be hugged up on you or something like that. And you're just like,
Yes.
that's where I'm French toast by that time. But like I said, thankfully those girls, they weren't users. So if they was hugged up on me, they were just, oh, thank you, and whatever. And then they can just move on because they'll already have a boyfriend. Because girls like that, they be already having somebody, because it's like there's no way you can get a reach on a girl like that. But like I said, what's it? If I'm not mistaken, AJ say that she's a single mom. So I was like, when I found that out, I was like, damn it, So you're just like, oh man, but that's that's what it is. Shout out to her. No disrespect towards her. She's most likely a chameleon, like the rest of them. But I was just trying to show that's low key my type. You know what I mean? So because Rocky opened up to me, I was like, her. I was like, nah, no way. I was like, no way.
So Chris,
yeah,
like can males be like what they call it, chameleons? Like it's metaphor and Derek Jackson's like do they count as chameleons? Male chameleons?
What do you mean, like a Derek Jackson? You mean?
Yeah, Derek Jackson and Ace metaphor.
Oh, those guys they're just panderers. That's all they are. They're just panderers. Ace Metaphor is literally a clown. He's just a clown. He just only thing is missing is his scepter in the gesture hat. That's that's the only thing that he's in his Burger King crown. That's the only thing missing from Ace Metaphor. Ace Metaphor, that is a clown. Now Derek Jackson, he's just an A level type manipulator and narcissist and villain. You know what I mean? This is a very dangerous individual. And guys like that really need to be stomped out, because he caused his rhetoric and his lifestyle, it caused way too much division in the community, where you have black men and black women arguing over stuff that this ninja's saying. Meanwhile, he's on demon time himself. Being worse than everybody that he's talking about. And meanwhile, he's on he's doing all that stuff, stealing women's money and all that stuff. And meanwhile, he's on demon time. So guys like Derek Jackson needs to be stomped out. In Ace Metaphor, he's just a clown. So I don't have much respect for Ace Metaphor. He's, every time he hears something, this ninja start running around like he's a rabbit or a squirrel. Like he's just not a respectable person. But yeah, those guys are just panderers. Those guys are just panderers. Let me see if I can get her TikTok name. Sam Fierce N. Sam Fierce N. Let me see if I can find her on TikTok. Sam Fierce N. Let me see if she has like prettier pictures, whatever. See what Rocky's talking about. So, oh, I see. Well, I've messed with a chick that looked like that. I'm not gonna lie, but that's not. I don't even remember her name though. So that's not like that's like, you know, I could see a type like that ending up being my girlfriend because what happens is like you'll be like, you'll mess with a girl like this, and then you'll be like, well, she's still around. So
Yeah.
you know what? Let me give her a respectful title for now. let me give her a title. You know what I mean? You know, but you know, if she breaks up with you, it's not gonna be the end of the world. Only if there's obviously financial ties, meaning if you're living with her and her name's on the lease, that means you're gonna be homeless if you break up with her. So that's one of those things. So. But I'm not gonna put myself in that position. If you put
Yeah.
yourself in a position where she's taking care of you, you're putting yourself at real risk because you can't walk. It's gonna be hard for you to walk away as a man, and that's a man's number one superpower is the ability to walk away. So
She's gonna put that over your head.
yeah, you know. And let me see, we like I said, we all have our types. Like Rocky said, we all have our types.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but you know, a girl like that cannot. What ends up happening is like girls like that I end up falling out with is because they just what happens is they'll be done with the chads and they're like, okay, let's try this. And then this is where I come in. And then I come in and then she'll try something slick on me, and then I won't be having it, and then she'll be tight. And she'd be like, I thought you'd be more fun. I thought you'd be one of the fun ninjas. And you're just like, no, I'm just a normal dude. You know what I mean? I'm not
Yeah.
like because like they go to ninjas expecting to get gassed up because ninjas be gassing 304s eagles up like it's nothing. So they'll be with me and then they'll find out I'm not the average ninja that be doing stuff like that. I'm just a normal dude that just does what he does. Now, if she's a normal girl, she'll be relieved, right? Meaning if she's not looking for that, meaning if she's done with the jerks, she'll be relieved. Now, if she's looking for something spicy, she's going to be heavily disappointed. And what ends up happening is if a girl like that ends up with me, she's thinking that she's going to be hearing raps and rhymes and poems and shit, but I'm not going to be doing none of that. So they end up being disappointed. So that's what ends up happening if I'm with these types. And then they'll find out like they'll try something and then I won't simp. And then they're gonna be like, wow, I didn't think that was gonna come from him. You know, so that's what ends up happening with me with these kind of girls. Like girls like that, yeah. Let me see. So I don't, because like or like she will say something slick, and I'll just be like, you know what, get out, and then she'll be shocked, and I'll be
Yeah.
get out before I say something that I regret, and then and then it was like, and then I might say something a little bit over the edge, and then she'll start crying, and I'll be like, look, cry outside, give me 5 minutes, and then come back when you're I'm the type of person if you are particularly if you are a woman and you're calling me and you start saying slick stuff, or particularly if you're calling me with the
Yeah.
attitude, I will hang up on you. I'm not. I will do that. Now the problem is when you're dealing with
giving them the bad treatment.
yeah yeah like just you have to be particularly when you're with Caucasian women, you got to give her instructions, right? Just do it like this, do it like that. If you're doing like this, okay, this is your punishment. If you do this, okay, you get a dog treat. All right, that's it. That's what
Mhm.
that's what happens. Now, what happens is they might be, oh, this is a different type of ninja, but then they get mad when it's like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. and I'm still practicing on my keys on something, right? Or if it's 10 p.m. and I still haven't addressed her, right? And then you know, right? Or like she'll try to give me money and I won't accept it, and then or she's trying to get me to go out to a bar with her and I say no literally every single time. Then eventually she's gonna get pissed off. Eventually she's gonna get pissed off, and that's what has happened.
Seems like you
Times,
have experience.
like in like I said, yeah. So with these types, like I said, great when she's college age, but over a certain time, she's gonna age like really badly, like
Yes.
really badly. But there's no crime in that. But that's just her. That's her future. That's her future. I don't want to disrespect her. That's her future. Like, oh, I'll say this. I know a girl like this that lives right down the street from me that jogs all the time, but I'm definitely not approaching. Nope. And definitely not approaching. I know a girl like this I know a girl exactly like this. Anyway, but yeah, we all have our types. Yeah, shout out to Rocky on that end. But anyway, damn, I went 4 hours, almost 5 hours today.
Seems like you enjoyed the stream.
Yeah, I think I went too overboard with the it's just Tay baby. Because now you know what my type is. So
Yes.
because I've hinted at it. I like I said, I've always hinted at it, the racially ambiguous types. Oh man, V, you came like at the end of the 5-hour stream, bro. You literally came right at the end of it. I've been streaming for like almost 5 hours. He came right at the end. But yeah, man. I'm gonna sign off on this. But
Good to see you, Paul.
V said that he was sleeping. But yeah, most people, they're not gonna catch that I basically gave up my type at the end. I'm gonna be honest. If there was like 20 people in the stream, I would have left that alone. I'd have left that alone because I don't want people using that shit against me. Man, I already know people gonna use that against me because there's some I don't know. It's like, I'll say this: a turn on for me is softness.
Same
That
thing for me.
really, yeah. Like if you're very soft, well, and like you said, welcoming. I never thought about that, but like very welcoming. I'll be like, and then especially if it's from a type that you would think that's stuck up, and then you find out that she's not stuck up, then you're like, shit. That because then your mind starts thinking about certain stuff, and you're like, oh shit, she already got me. Because you thinking that she's gonna be stuck up, but that she's not.
Mhm.
Oh, that and then it hurts because you like, I can't even get a girl like that.
Yes.
You're not gonna get a girl like that. But she's the nicest one out of all of them. She's the
Yeah.
nicest out of all of them, the most welcoming out of all of them. So you're just like, oh man. And you're not even talking about looks. You're just like, so
Her
that's
attitude.
exactly, one that's not trying to be like a man. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's a massive, turn on. Now the masculine types, we could shoot the shit with, make jokes, whatnot. But it's never gonna be nothing more than that. You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
that's all that is. But yeah, Orange Man Bad live stream with the TradCons and pros. I will do another live stream. I don't know when, but I will do a TradCons and pros live stream. Pyro, any last thoughts?
Any last thoughts? All I can say is most of these like 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 Mr. T, who got convicted of the 34 counts and then paying off that that woman. If that's gonna happen to him, that's definitely going to happen to us, especially us black dudes. We know we're gonna get at least double.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's gonna be bad. But most like I said, even a lot of black people, they don't see the ramifications of it. So I hope out of the orange man bad, excuse me, out of the orange man bad, things, rhetoric, I hope they realize a precedent has been set. So hopefully people prepare.
Yeah.
That's all I can say, man. But man, thank you guys for tuning in. This was this was my longest stream, easily my longest stream. So yeah, shout out to you guys, and I will sign off. And Pyro, thank you for joining in, man. Thank you.
Yeah. See you soon,
All
man.
right. Yeah, see you soon, bro.